who he said just did not feel a connection to the Harris coalition. They did not feel reached out to. They did not feel engaged. It wasn't for lack of trying. It's just that the connection point wasn't there. And there was a bit of a signal. And I know that there are anecdotes like that all across the country within the Democratic Party. Last thing I would say, there was a controversial paid media campaign that the Trump campaign ran after the debate a few weeks ago. It was around transgender, operations for prisoners. And I talked to a national pollster who had eyes on kind of some of the internals in Harris world, and they told me that those ads did real damage to Harris. And I wonder if she was ever able to fully recover from some of the damage. I mean, Trump in that paid media program really went to work on Harris, and it was suggested to me that, what we assume was her coming back from some of those difficult public, or rather coming back from kind of a low point a few weeks ago, was not completed. Like she had a deficit to make up because of the work that the Trump campaign did in those paid media attacks in October, and that was something that a national pollster said to me.
Joel Payne, thank you for your analysis. Final thoughts, Ed O'Keefe.
Well, I think we've learned that $1 billion 100-day quest to win the White House is not enough in either regard. He needed more time and more money, and I think there's going to be a lot of questions asked among Democrats about how it is you lost Latino votes, how it is you lost women, and how it is they need to campaign to a country that is changing and clearly worries much more about its pocketbook than about its identity. It's a devastating loss for Democrats who were convinced they were going to make history, and instead a different kind of history has been made this morning.
Scott MacFarlane.
For Democrats who want some check on Donald Trump, the vote counting in California and Arizona this week is critical for control of the U.S. House.
He's a political giant, eclipsing Reagan probably in the Republican Party in terms of his influence. He is probably the greatest ego and sense of impulse of any president in the modern era, and has fewer checks now on him when he's in office.
Margaret Brennan.
Nor the irony of a time when we're talking about women's rights at the center of a campaign, and we are now seeing the second woman to lose to Donald Trump in 8 years. And it's something that I think will resonate with a lot of young girls and people around the world who are waiting to see if a female could be commander-in-chief of the most powerful country in the world.
Quickly, I'll end with where I began earlier in the evening. I spoke to Trump. He was so calm before the election returns came in, so calm, confident. This is someone who's ready to take the reins again, in his view, not startled at all by the presidency once again coming to him.
Trump won tonight as 2024 voters were looking for a leader, someone who would bring about change. And according to exit polls, that change for them was bringing back Donald Trump to the White House. He was propelled by a dissatisfied electorate, dissatisfied with the state of the country, the economy, and the impact of inflation. So an incredibly tight campaign ending with a big night for the Republican Party, a night that was expected to last 4 days, instead ends in a victory at daybreak for Donald Trump. CBS News projects that the 45th president will be reelected and become our 47th president of the United States. He will be the oldest president ever elected in American history, only the second man to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. This is a political earthquake in many ways, regaining the office that he held for 4 years. Trump will have the backing of a Republican Senate to help pass his agenda and bring in his cabinet. What we still don't know is who will control the House in this election. Americans made their voices heard. Thank you for watching, and stay with CBS News for the latest election coverage.
Is it on? Yo.
You can't reason with evil. Evil wants what it wants and won't stop until it's won or you kill it. I know what to do.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. It's been pretty fun so far.
So we getting in this fight? We can figure out who to fight and how to fight them.
The epic return of Yellowstone, premiering Sunday, November 10th at 8, only on Paramount Network.
It's another epic Champions League match week.
What a strike! Inter made the breakthrough. Brilliant Arsenal football. That's how you do it.
Wednesday, streaming live exclusively on Paramount Plus.
At Ewing Subaru of Plano, we believe in being a positive force in our local community. Together with our customers, we have been able to sponsor and support local charities and nonprofits. We have been able to provide a monetary donation to My Possibilities to help provide hands-on vocational training, and to the Genesis Women's Shelter to help them serve more than 3,000 women and children annually, helping those in need. That's the Subaru Love Promise. Ewing Subaru of Plano, more than a car dealer.
Stop by DQ for the new Jam and Bacon Hunger Buster. Made with bacon, onion rings, and bacon jam, it will rock your world.
I never knew you can get more than that.
Amazon early holiday deal.
Dude, what? Can you play the thing?
Deals are here. With everything you need to kick off the season. Shop Amazon early holiday deals now.
Why did we choose Safelight? We were loading our SUV when crack. Safelight came right to us, and we could see exactly when they'd arrive. With the replacement we could trust. That service the way we want it.
Safelight Repair, Safelight Repair.
The free CBS News app.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Good morning. We're coming on the air early. We've got a special edition of Today. Savannah's getting a little rest. She had a long, long night. She'll be back with us at 7. Craig and I are here. And the nation is waking up with Donald Trump set to make an historic return to the White House.
Let's show you where things stand at this hour. The former president, now the president-elect, with NBC News projecting he is now topped that magic number of 270 Electoral College votes. And take a look. This is how he's done it, winning across the South, including the key swing states of Georgia, North Carolina. You can also see a lot of red in the so-called blue wall, the big battleground prize, Pennsylvania, as well as Wisconsin. Wisconsin called just moments ago those two battleground states going for President-elect Trump.
Yeah, a lot of red on that map. The former president did not wait for the race to be called. He claimed victory during an address to supporters in Florida. Trump saying voters have given both him and his MAGA movement a, quote, powerful mandate for his agenda.
And to that end, another major storyline, Republicans set to control the Senate after flipping several seats in the upper chamber. The House, though, still up for grabs with votes and some key races still being counted at this hour.
Yeah, we're going to walk through all of it with you this morning. Let us begin with NBC's Garrett Haake, who's covered the Trump campaign every step of the way. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning to you. It really felt like a historic night here in West Palm Beach as the energy built at Trump headquarters with one win after another. First, the former president holding on to North Carolina, a state where he spent a good deal of time in the race's final weeks, then flipping back Georgia, something that had been just out of his reach 4 years ago. Then, after Pennsylvania was called for the former president, huge uproar in the ballroom, applause, and the party moved from Mar-a-Lago to West Palm Beach, where Donald Trump addressed the nation for the first time as president-elect on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States.
So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family. Today, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. Now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. And winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
So what happens now? As President-elect Donald Trump has a lot of work to do. Famously superstitious politician, he has done little transition planning himself to this point, but he has to start thinking about selecting a cabinet, selecting a chief of staff, selecting the people perhaps from this campaign, perhaps from his previous White House, who will accompany him to the next one. In that effort, he will be joined by a transition team that was already in place, but now he will dedicate more of his own time and energy to that. And what of a call between Vice President Harris and Donald Trump? We cannot confirm that they had spoken last night, with the race uncalled as late as 3 a.m. after Donald Trump had made those remarks. No particular reason to expect that Trump and the vice president would have spoken yet. That formality, that sort of typical nicety, something that we could expect to see today. And then what of the Trump campaign apparatus? Donald Trump, famous for these rallies. They have energized him throughout his political career. Trump aide says we should expect another rally from Trump soon. After his victory in 2016, he engaged in something of a thank you tour to talk to his voters and to some degree the rest of the country. And I think that's the last key point here, Hoda. Yesterday at his press conference after casting his ballot, Donald Trump said that he would try to be a unifying figure, that he would reach out to the millions, tens of millions of voters who did not support him in this race. We did not hear much of that from the former president last night, but he's got a good deal of time between now and January 20th. If that is an open hand, he wants to reach out to the American people who did not support him in this race. Hoda.
All right, Garrett, Trump winning the Electoral College and on his way to winning the popular vote as well. Thank you.
Let us now turn to President-elect Trump's opponent, Vice President Harris. She did not speak to her supporters at her watch party on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. last night. Instead, the co-chair of her campaign addressed the room, saying that Harris will be speaking to the nation today. NBC's Peter Alexander was there. He joins us now from Washington. Peter, good morning.
Craig, Hoda, good morning to both of you. We are outside the Naval Observatory, the vice president's residence, which, if this continues as it appears projected by NBC News, will soon become the home of J.D. Vance. Last night was quite a dramatic scene as we were at Howard University. Kamala Harris's alma mater there. It started as a night filled with joy and optimism, but quickly that evaporated as the returns started coming in, and it was obvious that the trajectory was not in her favor there. Many people ultimately becoming quite silent, watching the returns come in late in the evening as they were hearing one victory for Donald Trump after another. You heard a chant from some in the crowd there saying music, music, and the DJ ultimately muted the giant television screen there, turning on music instead, as if to sort of boost the mood of the crowd as they waited to hear from Kamala Harris, as we just heard from Garrett. Ultimately, she did not speak last night. Instead, we heard from a campaign co-chair saying that she would address her supporters and the country from Howard University at some point later today. At the end of the day, though, this is going to be a major reckoning for Democrats to sort out exactly what happened here. Certainly, Kamala Harris faced some significant headwinds. Exit polls now showing that about 2/3 of Americans say they were either dissatisfied or angry with the state of the country, effectively saying that the country was headed in the wrong direction. How much of this is the responsibility of President Biden himself? The sense that the policies he pursued were not good enough and did not help satisfy some of the real economic concerns that a lot of Americans are dealing with these days. Inflation, one of the real drags so far for the Democrats. But it's not just Kamala Harris who's going to have to answer these questions, but Democrats up and down the ticket, with the Senate now becoming strongly Republican. Among the things we're going to keep close eyes on over the course of the day, I will tell you, just pulling back the curtain a little bit, there was a big donor event, Hoda and Craig, that took place at a glitzy hotel not far from where Kamala Harris was expected to speak. We were told by a Democrat in attendance there that the room was, in this person's words, like a funeral, that the situation was, in their words, not good. There was a statement to the staff from one of the campaign chairs, the chair of the campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon. She said, among other things, that they always knew that the blue wall states would be their clearest path to victory, and at least as of last night, they liked what they were seeing. Clearly, when they wake up this morning, they're not going to like what they see. It's obvious that Kamala Harris will be defeated ultimately by Donald Trump in this year's election. Back to you guys.
All right, Peter, thank you. Let's dive into the latest numbers and what they reveal about the race and what's next for the next 4 years. NBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki is right here at the big board. A very long night. I remember in the beginning we said we might not know results for the night or maybe even through Saturday, but here we are with a decisive win for Donald Trump. Break down what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all remember 2020 and the timing. It certainly went faster. Well, you could see here in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, those are the battleground states that have already been called. Trump is sweeping them so far, with a few more still to be decided. Obviously, he's the president-elect no matter what. Going in Pennsylvania, and I can show you, though, where Trump has won this state by about 2 points. I think the way to sum up what he did in Pennsylvania and across all those battleground states is blue-collar voters and a more diverse coalition of blue-collar voters than we've seen in the past. Because you see here around like where Scranton is, you see it's blue, but Donald Trump made big steps forward here in that county. He barely lost it this time. He lost it by almost 10 last time. And then there's a number of small cities and mid-sized cities here in Pennsylvania, places like Reading, places like Allentown, with very large Hispanic populations, working-class Hispanic populations. And in all of those places, Trump has made some very significant gains here.
What happened with all the independents? Because there was that whole thing, everyone's going to fight for a tiny sliver, the Haley Republicans. What's going to happen with those kind of independents? What happened?
Yeah, I could show you. Again, we'll stick in Pennsylvania, but this could apply elsewhere. Democrats were really looking at the suburbs in particular, right outside Philadelphia. They thought there'd be a women's vote, an extra women's vote, extra independent vote. And I'll show you. Here's an example like Montgomery County. This is a huge suburban county. And hey, Harris won it. But let's just compare it to what happened here in 2020. Joe Biden won this by even more. And the Democratic expectations coming into tonight in a place like Montgomery County was to win by an even bigger margin than Joe Biden had. They didn't even hit that number. Trump improved here.
Let's talk about the blue states, because there are some crazy results that came out of these. You look at New York and you look at Illinois. Those were clear wins for Harris, but there are some Trump numbers in there that are surprising.
Yeah, I did some double takes when I looked at some of these states. Let's go up to New York, and it remains a blue state here. Kamala Harris wins it. But just check out what New York looked like 4 years ago and typically looks like. Joe Biden won this by 23 points. Trump basically cuts that in half. He did something like that in New Jersey as well, in Illinois. And just to show you what that means nationally, he doesn't pick up any electoral votes because he didn't win those states. But here's what the national popular vote looks like right now. Trump is winning this by more than 5 million votes. There's still a lot to be tallied, but Trump is in very good position now to actually win the popular vote.
Will you show us Illinois, too?
Yeah.
Because something there happened as well.
Look at this. Still some votes to come, but my goodness, a 4-point lead here for Harris with over 90% in. She's going to win the state, but wow. 17 points was Joe Biden's margin here 4 years ago.
What about Hillary? I was just thinking about the gender gap everyone's been talking about. Okay,
You'll go back to 2016, same thing here. 17 points for Clinton, 17 for Biden. And just look at that shift towards Donald Trump. Again, he doesn't pick up any more electoral votes. But in terms of the national popular vote, this does something very different than this.
And what's still outstanding? What are we still waiting for?
Yeah, so we're still waiting for some of those battleground states. I think the one that may be the most imminent is Michigan. We'll check in there. You see Trump is leading by more than 100,000 votes. If Harris is going to reverse that, it's going to come out of where Detroit is here, Wayne County. But I can tell you that's a heck of a hill for her to climb there in Michigan. And then we've got Nevada, Arizona. They're just very slow counting states, but to show you what they look like, you know, Trump, they're about two-thirds in Arizona. Look at Nevada. Let's go up to Nevada, get that working. We got more than 90% in. Trump's ahead by 5 points there. No Republican has won out there in 20 years. So again, the possibility of Trump sweeping all 7 of these battleground states is very real.
A decisive win. All right, Steve, thank you so much. Craig, over to you.
All right, thank you both. That was sort of a granular view. Let's get a 30,000-foot view now. And for that, we bring in NBC's senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson, and Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press. First of all, you look great considering you've only slept.
You're kind.
You've slept maybe 40 minutes between the two of you.
Generous friend.
Kristen, let me start with you, because President-elect Trump, undeniably, perhaps the most transformational politician of our time, twice impeached. By the way, still faces a slew of criminal and civil charges, nearly assassinated twice, rises from the ashes, and doesn't just win. By the time all the votes are tallied, he may very well get close to 300 electoral votes. How much of what we saw last night was people flocking to the polls to vote for Donald Trump? How much of it was folks flocking to the polls to vote against Kamala Harris?
It's a great question, Craig. A little bit of both. First of all, think about President Biden's and the Biden administration's unpopularity. 70% of the country saying the country was headed in the wrong direction. And that really is at the crux of so much of this. People wanted change in this election, and they clearly viewed him as the candidate who would bring about that change. So they were voting against policies that they felt were keeping prices too high, not dealing with their pocketbook issues quickly enough. And also, yes, voting for Donald Trump as well. Some of them, again, we've been talking about this political realignment, the fact that he expanded his support among Latino voters. He expanded his support among non-white voters, something that we just didn't think we would see. And just a point about the legal issues. I mean, just how extraordinary is it when we started the primary process? That was the big X factor. How would his legal challenges impact them? Would they sink him? Not only did they not sink him, they emboldened him in the primary, and he survived 2 assassination attempts. This is truly, a lot of foreign leaders are writing him to say it's one of the greatest comebacks in political history, and in a lot of ways it is.
Hallie, let's talk about the gender gap. That's all we heard yesterday. It's all going to come down to the gender gap. So what happened here?
Okay, so let me take this in a couple of pieces. So gender gap, it existed, right? Women backed Vice President Harris, men backed President-elect now, former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, since we've called the race in the last 30 minutes. And let me start with, and I'm going to ask our control room to flip the order of the graphics, since we started with the gender gap, this idea of the so-called bro vote, right? And by that, I mean the young men who the Trump campaign for months had talked about targeting. Now, remember, young men, they don't vote a ton. They're not showing up every 4 years to get out there and cast their ballot. But the Trump campaign ID'd them as somebody who could, as this demographic group, who they could try to turn out. And if they could get those young men who are more predisposed to back Donald Trump to the polls, then maybe that would be the key. That's the bet that they made, and that bet has paid off because those young men showed up in a big way. Our exit polls showed that he outperformed where he was with young men from the past 2 cycles. He did better than 2016, better than 2020 with young men. And think about what he did in his campaign. He was on Joe Rogan. He had Elon Musk out for him. He was doing all these sort of young men podcasts. Yes, spurred on by his son, Barron Trump, to some degree. So that was one of the dynamics on the gender gap there. But there was something else that emerged. I was going to say last night, but let's say in the overnight hours into this morning, and that is the Latino vote. And here you saw a very dramatic shift, particularly among Latino men. You can see him here. Look at this. See where he is in 2020 at 36% with Latino men 4 years ago. That is nearly 20 points difference as to where he ended up based on our early exit polls here this cycle. Latino men broke big for former President Trump. His campaign had also talked about, as Kristen alluded to, they thought he was going to have a historic or near historic performance with Latino voters, with black voters as well. We really saw it in the Latina demographic. That was a big piece of it. And I would say the other thing, what drove him to this victory, people just don't feel good about where the country is, right? 73% say they're angry or dissatisfied here.
That's a lot of people.
And those were the headwinds facing Vice President Harris that she just was not able to overcome.
Moving forward here, Kristen Welker, we all remember what the first 4 years looked like under President Trump. We all remember that administration, the rhetoric, some of the policies as well. What, if anything, from that administration can we glean about what the next 4 years could look like? Do you think perhaps that we'll see a different President Trump, or do you think what we've seen is pretty much what we are going to see?
Well, I think one thing that we could see policies announced on his Truth Social account. Remember, a lot of times we'd wake up and there would be a post on Twitter and a new policy would be announced. But a couple of things that makes this different. In his first administration, he was surrounded by some people who wanted to be a guardrail for him. The thinking is now, a lot of the people who are eyeing the possibility of joining his administration are people who agree with him, who would be largely yes people. And so would that dynamic be different? He's been very clear about what he wants to do. Just like he was focused in 2016 on dealing with the issue of illegal immigration, he's very focused on that right now. He says one of his first acts is going to be to start a mass deportation force. What does that look like? We have not seen what the policy proposals actually look like. And so I think that theme will remain the same. How will it look? The other piece of it is he wants to load his administration with more allies, more people who are going to be loyal to him.
To your question, too, is this going to be a different Donald Trump? I don't have a crystal ball, but what I do have is a history covering Donald Trump, as does Kristen. And he has been consistent all along, right? Even after that first assassination attempt against him, he himself talked about pivoting right before the Republican National Convention. He said he was going to rip up his speech that he was going to give, which was going to be a barn burner against Joe Biden, and he was going to strike a unifying tone. That is just not what we saw on that last last night at the Republican convention when he came out. He is somebody who has been very clear about his positions, his policies. Voters, clearly 68 million of them and counting, have responded to that. And there's no incentive for him to try to do anything different here.
And we're going to hear from Kamala Harris 1 o'clock. Is that what we're hearing?
We think a little bit later on today she's going to end up speaking.
Okay. All right, cool. Thanks, guys. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Again,
Y'all do look
impressive.
good. I gotta say, an all-nighter.
Yeah. And they don't even drink coffee like us, but they're going to
You should drink Starbucks. That's it.
All right,
for
guys,
sticking
thank
around.
you. Right now, let's focus on the biggest battleground prize, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump cracking the Democrats' blue wall, taking that all-important state and its 19 electoral votes. NBC's Stephanie Gosk in Philly with that. Hey, Steph, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning. You know, when Donald Trump showed up here and gave rallies, he often said to people in those rallies, whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to win this election. This state was the center of gravity for this presidential campaign for both candidates, Biden and then Harris, and for Trump and their vice presidential candidates. Last 10 months, they visited this state over 100 times, spent over $500 million. You know, when you look at where Trump's strength was in this state and continues to be in this state, you look to the western portion of the state, working class people. He took the margins that he won in the western part of the state in 2016 and just increase them. But that does not tell the whole story. You also have what happened here in Philadelphia, and you had Hallie talking about it earlier. The Latino vote is a particular note. And while Kamala Harris did win this city sizably, she didn't do as well as she needed to do to make up for the losses in other parts of the state. And the exit polls here in Pennsylvania statewide for Latinos were 57%. I also want to take you back to that pivotal moment in July when Donald Trump survived the assassination attempt in Butler County. It was a moment that galvanized his supporters. He returned to that same location as the campaign wound down. And it is very clear that here in this state, what mattered to people was immigration, the economy, and if they had any reservations about the at times erratic or even controversial things that Donald Trump said, it did not show up when they went to the polls. Hoda.
All right, Stephanie Gosk for us there in Philly. Steph, thank you.
All right, now to the shifting balance of power in Congress. NBC News projecting Republicans have won control of the Senate. The battle for the House is still up in the air, could be up in the air for days, if not weeks. NBC's Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. Let's start in the upper chamber. Republicans, not much of a surprise here. The projection was that Republicans would take over the Senate. They're +2 right now.
Yeah, I think this probably was the least surprising of all the developments that happened overnight, and that's that the Senate is expected to be in control of the Republican Party. And that's because right now they've picked up at least 2 seats, and they're poised to pick up many more as many of these battleground states are still starting to come in. Let's take a look at some of the races that we know they've won. First, West Virginia. This was a race that they were expected to win. They won it easy. Jim Justice, the current governor there, will become the next senator. Then Ohio. This was a state that Democrats had hoped that they had a shot. They knew that Donald Trump would do well here. He did even better than what was expected, and he brought Bernie Moreno along with him. So they will win in Ohio. And then Montana, this is a state that we have yet to call this race, but it is looking increasingly like the Republicans will win this one as well. And that means John Tester, the long-term incumbent in Montana, is likely to lose this race. Although we have yet to call it, it does look like it's headed in that direction. That would give them 3 additional seats, but there are still races that need to be called in Wisconsin. We still haven't called the race in Pennsylvania, also the race in Nevada and Arizona. So there's a lot more to go there. And then, of course, in the House of Representatives, that is still up in the air right now. The balance of power, we still have about 60 or so races that have yet to be called. Right now, Republicans have a net gain of 3 seats. I caution that you shouldn't read too much into that because there are a number of seats that could go one way or the other that could lead to this balance of power shifting. This is the Democrats' last hope, guys, for any sort of power in Washington in the upcoming year. Of course, there is a possibility that if Democrats win, Hakeem Jeffries would become the first African-American Speaker of the House. But right now, that race still close to call. Democrats holding out hope that they've got a shot to win.
Let's say Democrats don't win the House. Let's say Republicans win the House. Republicans control the Senate. Republicans control the White House. What does that look like?
Well, it looks like Donald Trump's agenda on and hyperdrive, I guess is the best way to describe it. You have to keep in mind that many of these people that serve in Congress right now are loyal to Donald Trump. Many of them owe their seats to Donald Trump, people that he personally endorsed for them to win primaries and win general election battles. He played a very big role, in particular, in the recruitment of many of the Senate candidates that are now going to be taking office for the first time. And he has a number of allies in the House of Representatives who have been very supportive of him. Just to give you an indication of how much influence Donald Trump could have in Congress, Mike Johnson, who's the current speaker, hoping to hold on to that job, had a party planned in Shreveport, Louisiana today, where he's from. He gave a speech very early on in the night when it looked like it was going for Donald Trump. He flew to Mar-a-Lago and was on stage with the president-elect. So this is something that where Donald Trump is going to just have a tremendous amount of influence, particularly if Republicans take the House as well.
All right, Ryan. Thank you so much. All right, guys, we're just getting started. We're breaking down the results from all across the country, the votes still being counted, and the takeaways from the crucial battleground states. But first, a check of your local news.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Oh, welcome back to the special edition of Today on this Wednesday morning, 6:30 on the East Coast. Did you wake up from the nap?
Your
1 hour nap?
I was still fixing my hair. Look what the cat dragged in. We had a late night. Well, I really call it an early morning. But we've got some results to get to. 6:30 a.m. in the East, 3:30 a.m. if you're up late with us out west. Donald Trump will return to the White House. That's the headline. The 47th president of the United States, the now president-elect for a second time. Right now, sitting at 276 electoral votes. The state of Wisconsin putting him over the top officially here at NBC News about an hour ago. Several states, including Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, either too close to call at this hour or too early to call.
Let us take a look at Congress. Republicans will control the Senate after flipping seats in West Virginia and Ohio, 2 states that have swung heavily to the GOP. So the race for the House is up in the air. Republicans fighting to keep control there, but may not have results for many days.
Well, we're all here in position. We've got Mark Lauder, former director of strategic communications for the Trump 2020 campaign. Mark, been a long time since I saw you. About 90 minutes. Hope you got a shower. I did. So let's talk about this because we're seeing not only this decisive victory so far with Donald Trump, but even seeing him raising his margins in some of these areas, but also states that are blue states that Kamala Harris will win, but the margin has shrunk.
Right. I think that might actually, and we talked about this prior to the Madison Square Garden event when he was out in California, in New Jersey. I said, yes, he is campaigning for House candidates. That's why he's there. But should things break correctly, this could actually be the play and the difference maker in winning the national popular vote.
I think a lot of people were thinking about the Hispanic vote and what was going to happen. And there were some who were surprised to see how far some of those votes tilted toward Donald Trump. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think if anything, I think we're almost seeing the end of demographic politics.
That's interesting.
I think because so many people, whether you're Hispanic American, Black American, it's just like, no, I'm an American and these are my issues. Just because I may check this box on the census form doesn't mean I don't think the same things about everything else that everybody else does.
I mean, really, it is true. There may be different categories now. I mean, we used to talk about, the minority vote, the demographics. Now we're talking about education, college education, not college educated. Those sometimes are going to be the breakdowns, rural versus urban. So we still have those divides. I mean, we have 50% of the country. This is, essentially a tie vote. But we still have those divides.
No, absolutely. And I think, we were talking about it last night when we were talking about the Florida abortion ballot measure, that you actually had people who voted against or for that measure, but then went on and voted for either Senator Rick Scott or Donald Trump. So people are separating their various issues. And then I think in terms of their ballot choices, we used to call it ticket splitting, but now with issues, I think we're seeing that they can compartmentalize.
We saw it in Arizona as well. I mean, we're still waiting for the call there, but Donald Trump is leading there. But the abortion measure that enshrines the right to abortion in the state of Arizona, that passed easily. We called that earlier in the night.
Yeah, it really is. And I think that's, and maybe to one point, I think for all of the consternation, for all of the discussion about it, but this is actually allowing the people to vote on these measures. And they're saying, despite what their state lawmakers or despite what other people are saying we should do, they're putting their finger on the button and saying, no, this is where I think I believe on this.
Well, people thought that young men were not going to come out and vote. I remember that was the drumbeat we kept hearing. Are they going to show up? They showed up, didn't they?
They really did. And I was thinking about this last night. If you're, let's say, a 21-year-old, maybe casting your first ballot, Donald Trump came down the golden escalator and has dominated media coverage for the last 10 years. Yeah. You grew up with basically nonstop in your formative years and your formative political years of coverage of Donald Trump or Donald Trump as president or Donald Trump running for president again. And so this is really something that I'm going to be very interested to see how the youth vote goes, because for many, Donald Trump is the only president or candidate for president they've known.
Well, now Republicans, I mean, they have the Senate, they have the White House. House is hanging in the balance. If you want to bring the Supreme Court into it, there's an ideological advantage for conservatives on the Supreme Court. So they are holding power in almost every lever of the federal government. So great news for Republicans this morning, but also now you got to govern. So what do you think will happen now?
Well, I'll tell you. So I was on the 2016 campaign, as Hallie and Kristen so well know, and I was in the transition, walked into the White House on day one with him. He is much more prepared now than we were then, because many of the policy leaders that were in the White House in those final months, those final days, they now work with me at the America First Policy Institute, which is a think tank, but they've been drafting the policy, writing the white papers, getting the executive orders ready. He will make the decision on what he says I will do, won't do. I won't go this far, I will go that far. But none of the stuff that we had in 2016, early 2017, he has access to that now.
What do you think about the fact that, what he won't apparently have is many people from his prior administration, prior cabinet secretaries coming back. Many of them, frankly, did not support him and said he was unfit to serve. Well, now he's coming back to office. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of splits that happen, and especially in that first administration, because he didn't have that experience. He didn't have that power base. He didn't have the experience in Washington, D.C. So he trusted a lot of other people to make a lot of those choices. When you see the people there that were there toward the end, many of them, not all of them, but many of them still do support him, are rallying around him. And I think having the knowledge of having been there, done the job, know what it's required, will help him pick people that are prepared in the next administration.
What will that first week look like when Donald Trump's president?
That's really interesting, because I remember when I was going through the transition and some of my predecessors in the White House of both parties were telling me, you have no idea, the best transition in the world is still the largest hostile corporate takeover on the planet, and you cannot be prepared for it. But since he's been there, since so many other people have been there, I think it'll be a little smoother, but it's still a very daunting task of, in 74, 73 days, basically taking everything that you have and flipping it over to something entirely new.
All right, Mark Lauder, thank you. You've been there. Good to have your perspective this morning. Keep mentioning Hallie and Kristen. That's because they're floating right over here. There you are. There's our dream girls who got no sleep or dreams last night. So let's pick up that conversation about what we think. You guys were there. You covered the first Trump administration. Let's talk about day one, week one. What are the things that are most immediately available for him to do?
Even before that, the transition, Mark talks about it. Remember, former President Trump, President-elect Trump, came in 2016, redid his transition after he won, right? So the planning that was in place basically started again in November. He has been really clear about what he wants to do on day one, Savannah and Hoda. He has laid it out. He wants to do mass deportations. There are real questions here that he has not answered, and he has been asked about how do you pay for it? How do you actually do it? Do you separate families? Where do you even begin with something like that? That's one of his key policies. He's talked about tariffs, for example. He's talked about tax cuts. There's a lot that he wants to get done. He's clear about it. Some of it is quite controversial, but if he has a Republican Senate, and he does, and if he has a Republican House, question mark, but we'll know eventually, then that is green lights for him to be able to implement some of these things.
What's your take?
Well, look, I think Donald Trump's political career has been defined by his promise to deal with this issue of illegal immigration. He was very clear, as Hallie said, what he's going to do on day one. Contrast that to Vice President Kamala Harris. There was always this big question mark. What's your day one agenda look like? So I absolutely think that that is going to be one of his first orders of business. In addition to everything Hallie just laid out, he talks about the fact that he wants to fill his administration with loyalists. So one of the things that I'll be watching very closely for are who are the people that he brings into the administration with him. We already know that he's talking about bringing RFK in to do health care. Elon Musk has been a big part of this campaign. He's talked about bringing Elon Musk in as well. The people so far who haven't necessarily raised their hand to come back in, Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, two people who were a big part of his first
When he
administration.
made his speech, the two people he mentioned were RFK and Elon Musk. And he said of RFK, like, I'll handle the liquid gold. You handle
Do whatever else you want.
You do
Yeah,
whatever
that's
else
right.
you want. So what do you think that means?
Health and Human Services,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we're looking at the HHS, maybe FDA. RFK Jr. is somebody who is well known in that anti-vax, quote unquote, community, and he has been vocal about wanting to do that. He talked about, some of these policies around fluoride, for example, that he wants to implement. So I think that's one piece of it here. I will tell you the other thing that's really striking here is we look at how Donald Trump won and how Kamala Harris lost. I was struck, Hoda, when you were going through the board with Steve Kornacki just a couple of minutes ago. I'm thinking, where is there any battleground county where she outperformed Joe Biden? Is there a single battleground county where she actually did better than President Biden did here? So I checked in with a source. You may know him, Steve Kornacki. There's a couple, the suburbs of Atlanta and like one county in Pennsylvania. But overwhelmingly, there is not a place where she did better than Joe Biden in this race.
And I think Hallie hits on a really critical point. Democrats are waking up this morning and asking, what do they need to do to win again? One Democrat put it to me this way: there needs to be a reckoning, that the current leadership needs to think seriously about not just passing the baton, but talking about politics differently and finding and meeting voters where they are. This lawmaker said, right now, we're not doing that. And that is why they believe Donald Trump won.
We've got Ryan Nobles here, too, as well. And I know you'll keep us posted on what's happening with the House, although we don't expect an answer for weeks, potentially, because of these races out west.
Yeah, there's about 60 or so House races that we've yet to call. Right now, we have Republicans with a net gain of 3 seats in the House of Representatives. I wouldn't take that to mean very much right now because so many of these races are up in the air. This is really the Democrats' last best hope of any kind of bastion of power in Washington after the results that we saw there last night. And it's by no means a guarantee. I think even under the best circumstances, if they do hold on to the majority, it's only going to be by 1 or 2 seats, which is going to make it difficult for them to govern and also make it difficult for them to be a thorn in Donald Trump's side and to try and stop his agenda. I think the biggest thing that Democrats would like to have is a foothold in a place like the House of Representatives, because it would give them the opportunity to investigate Donald Trump, right? In the same way that House Republicans have investigated the Biden administration, the House Oversight Committee would have subpoena power. They'd have the ability to do that. But more than anything, they would be a check on any sort of legislative agenda that Donald Trump has. But right now, there's no guarantee they're going to have
I wonder if they would, because, they have investigated Donald Trump for years. He's got 4 criminal cases against him. A lot of Democrats thought they had a legal solution to a political problem. They have neither this morning.
Look at what happened. If we can take the time machine back to the primaries, right? When those legal issues came to a head for former President Trump, what did it do? It propelled him forward. It rallied his base around him. And remember, I know that seems like ancient history, but at the time, that was a question mark. There was this open question of whether the fact that this former president would be potentially convicted of felony charges, which he obviously ultimately has been, would be a game changer in any way. It kind of was in his favor. His fundraising numbers went up. He did better in the polls. We obviously 2 of those federal cases, they go away, right? I mean, he can do whatever he wants to do, basically, to eliminate those cases. But that is, I'm with you here on this. Yeah. What do House Democrats do if they even have?
It's such a great point, Savannah, because, and to Kristen's point as well, there's going to be this push and pull, this reckoning within the Democratic Party. There are going to be a significant number of Democrats that are going to say, we can't just roll over, right? The resistance lives on. If the House of Representatives is our only place for that resistance to exist, we need to take advantage of that. But there's going to be another faction of the party that's going to say, we've got a real problem with rural voters. We have a real problem with working class voters. We need to get our own house in order before we try and engage in more of these kind of back and forth and these adversarial postures.
And there's 2 different things we're talking about here. You're talking about resistance. Okay, fine. To check on policy.
Right.
That's one thing. Going after and targeting and trying to investigate and all of that. I mean, by the way, the Republicans did it to Biden. The Democrats have done it to Trump. It's time immemorial. But it seems like if you're the Democrats and you're waking up and you're looking at these maps and you're looking at these margins, it is time to look in the mirror and have a real heart-to-heart with your party and yourself and say, where do we go wrong?
And look at the numbers that we got last night. More than 70% of people saying they feel like the country is heading in the wrong direction at the root of this victory. Not just a vote for Donald Trump, but a vote for change. with people feeling frustrated with high prices and some of the other
Well, you
issues.
have, I mean, Kamala Harris effectively an incumbent. She was the vice president of the administration that was before. And so that is always, and I mean, taking everything that's extraordinary about this political campaign, that is very ordinary. A vice president to an unpopular president running for essentially a second term is almost never successful.
And trying to figure out how to navigate some distance from him while still being unwilling to break from him completely. That was part of it, too.
It was
Savannah.
the biggest challenge of her campaign.
Well, we'll have hours to discuss it.
Yes, we will. All right, guys, let's turn now to a key battleground that remains too close to call. This morning, we are talking about Michigan. Former President Trump held his final rally there. Vice President Harris was in the state over the weekend. We've got NBC's Maggie Vespa. She's standing by there in Grand Rapids. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning from Michigan. Yeah, that all-important brick in the blue wall that is yet to fall, and that's largely because votes are still being counted in Wayne County, which is home to Detroit. It's home to Dearborn. Obviously, that's incredibly urban. It's breaking thus far for the vice president, but we still have less than 90% of the vote in that area. So the statewide, it's still too early to call, but thus far, as you can see, statewide here in Michigan, breaking for now President-elect Trump. Kent County, where we are, where he made his final campaign stop here in Grand Rapids just 2 nights ago. That also breaking for the vice president. Again, this is another urban area, but it just seemed like those sort of sways toward the vice president weren't enough to overcome that red rural sort of swell across the rest of the state. The gender gap here in Michigan was very real, with 55% of men voting for the now president-elect, 53% of women voting for the vice president. It was even more pronounced among white men. And then, you know, we talked yesterday about Michigan being home to the auto industry, home to an Arab American population, but voters here, according to our exit polling, saying the most important issue to them was preserving the state of democracy. That broke heavily for the vice president, but a close second was the economy. There was one man who told us that he voted for now President-elect Trump because, he told us, despite frustrations over things he did in office, despite, as he said, being horrified on January 6th, he told me, quote, "Every time a Democrat is in office, my wallet suffers." Guys.
All right, Maggie Vespa for us there in Grand Rapids. Maggie, thank you.
And on that topic, according to exit polling, many voters named the economy as a top issue, citing concerns over high prices and inflation. NBC's senior business correspondent Christine Romans is with us now. Christine, good morning. Good morning. We have talked about this. The voters have now spoken. What are you taking away from the results here?
You know, really early, we could see in these exit polls that people really felt sour about their personal finances. And when people who voted were asked, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago, it was astonishing the number of people who said that they were worse off. When 45%, that number on the bottom, that is the highest worse off figure that we've seen in 5 presidential cycles. That's even worse than the Great Recession, when we were in the middle of a housing crash, against the backdrop of an economy that's doing okay, actually doing well. But inflation was the problem. People are so upset about inflation. I feel like they took inflation with them into the voting booth. We asked them, has inflation caused you and your family a severe hardship or a moderate hardship? 75% said it was a hardship, inflation was. And so that was a really big driving number.
Can I ask you about that? Because we now know that inflation, I mean, look, there are numbers that all the nerds crunch. And then you go to the grocery store and you're like, that's cost $100 and I don't even have a full basket. And have the inflation that people feel the most, gas prices, housing, food prices. We know inflation is at 2%, about where, you know, the officials want it to be. But are those prices still as high, or is that part of it? You're still feeling it where you really, you know, notice it?
Even as wages have been going up too, it is that sticker shock that people keep focusing on. And over the past 18 months or so, wages have been rising faster than inflation. But people, the American psyche is just really scarred by what happened a couple of years ago when prices were going up so much that was kind of coming out of your, you know, you just couldn't even keep track of it. Now that has calmed down, but again, it's still fresh in so many people's memories.
Real quick, stock market, how's it looking?
Wow, booming overnight.
Really?
Booming. Oh, yeah. You've had a huge rally in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Now, at 9:30 Eastern Time, that's when the markets actually open, but they do have this pre-market trade, these futures trading. The S&P 500, the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ, all up very, very big here. Something called the Russell 2000, which is small stocks. Those are booming really like 6% because they think that Donald Trump, if he has control of Congress, will slash regulations. So companies will be able to make more money because they won't have to follow so many regulations. Also, we're looking at whether his tariff proposals, what that would do for the dollar and for bonds. So all markets are moving really big this morning. And I think what we need to watch over the next few days, there was a big market reaction in 2016. It sort of moderated over the coming days. So this big reaction sometimes can be overdone. But at least this morning, people will wake up and there will be big numbers in the stock market this morning.
Right, cool.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, Christine. You too. Of course, this election is being closely watched all around the world. The results and what is to come set an impact on everything from the global economy to the wars in Ukraine, the wars in the Middle East. NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, is following the reaction. It is pouring in from overseas. What are you hearing, Keir?
Well, Hoda, this is sending shockwaves around the world. Shockwaves of anxiousness for some countries, enthusiasm for others. Diplomats are here in the Gulf that I've been speaking to using words like stunning and wow. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, remember, this is a different world now. He now in a conflict with Hamas and Hezbollah, talking about my friend, President-elect Trump. Iran, as you would expect, the opposite, dryly saying U.S. elections do not concern us. I think this result will end up concerning Iran very much. And then you have the war in Ukraine. President Zelensky quick to congratulate President-elect Trump, but urging him to keep supporting Ukraine. On the other side, in Russia, a spokeswoman for the Russian Foreign Ministry just simply saying, hallelujah. We spoke to a Russian official who's not authorized to speak on the record, a little more nuanced, saying less predictability is coming. Hoda, China, which of course now potentially faced Trump tariffs, not yet congratulating President-elect Trump, saying that they will go through the official channels. They'll do it the official way. President Macron of France, I'm told, between sleeping, stayed up overnight to watch. He's one of many European leaders congratulating President-elect Trump. Other Europeans, though, will be anxious, as I say, Hoda.
All right, Keir Simmons for us. Keir, thank you. A major talking point during the presidential race and an issue that was voted on in 10 states. Abortion rights. NBC's Laura Jarrett has been watching that throughout the night for us. Break down the results. What'd you see?
Guys, it's a little bit of a mixed bag here when it comes to these ballot initiatives. I want to start in Florida because the story there is really interesting. You have a majority of voters who want to vote in favor of abortion rights, okay? The issue there is that they needed more than a majority. They needed a 60% super majority, if you will, and they came just short of that. And so what that means is that a current ban, which is up to 6 weeks of pregnancy, will stay on the books in Florida, even despite the majority of people wanting to see it overturned. Also, South Dakota, the abortion rights amendment there also failing. Nebraska, a really interesting story there. There were competing amendments, both pro-abortion rights and anti-abortion rights. In that instance, the anti-abortion rights actually was the one that prevailed, which means you'll be able to get it up to around 12 weeks of pregnancy. Then we want to take you to Arizona. Currently a 15-week ban there. No longer. You're going to see the biggest real life change there up to the point of fetal viability. So you're going to go from 15 weeks to 24 weeks of pregnancy. Also, Missouri, another one that had a near total ban, now up to the point of viability. A very different landscape there. And then I want to think about a different bucket of things where abortion rights was not a threat. Places like New York, Colorado, Maryland, Nevada, Montana, those were situations where people wanted to codify the right to an abortion in the Constitution. So as legislatures change throughout the years, it's harder to get rid of there. But again, very different situation in a place like New York than Florida, people waking up this morning.
So those measures passed. The Florida constitutional amendment did not pass because it had that 60% threshold. But how interesting, we were talking about the split ticket voter phenomenon that's sort of happening now with some of these referenda. You have a place like Arizona, pretty red state, Missouri, very red state, Josh Hawley cruising to re-election there. And yet these measures that protect the right to an abortion passed rather easily in those red states.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's really, you get to see where the voters are on this issue. And you talk about abortion going back to the states now with the former president reelected, obviously a conservative Supreme Court, a conservative Senate. You're going to see more, I think, of these state level bans. There will not be uniformity at all when it comes to abortion in this country.
President Trump at some point seemed to soften on that stance on abortion.
And then quickly walked it back.
Yeah, so what happens there?
So originally he said he thought the 6-week ban in Florida was too strict. Dasha Burns asked him that. He said that. Then he got the pushback and then said, no, I'm against it. I'm going to vote against it in the amendment. Who knows how he actually voted in Florida, but he said he was going to vote against that abortion amendment.
Well, it's interesting, too. There's been the specter of a federal abortion ban, and Democrats have been trying to say if Donald Trump gets into the White House, he will try to federalize this and make this a national law so it won't be state by state. He was trying to soften his stance on abortion and reassure people, saying, I think what he said at the debate was it could never get passed.
Yeah, and that might still be the case, but it'll be a fight no matter what. I think there would be certainly pushback, and we don't know how the House is going to shake out. But obviously, the Republicans have the Senate and they have the Supreme Court, so it's really going to come down to a battle within Congress over something like that. And it would obviously be a huge pitched battle, especially in this environment, guys.
Okay, Laura, thank you. We are back with up-to-the-minute election results and analysis. This is a special edition of Today on a Wednesday morning. Let's get a check of your local news now.
mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good Wednesday morning. Americans waking up to a political shockwave overnight.
A return to power for Donald Trump, elected the 47th president of the United States. Good morning. It's November 6th. This is Today. Red wave.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
Former President Trump, now the president-elect again, dominating the swing states to seal a historic return to the White House.
Thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Trump's path to victory driven by issues like the economy, a surge in support from Hispanic voters, and a gender gap led by young men.
This is my first time voting at all.
Republicans also scoring major upsets to seize control of the U.S.
This is a new
Senate.
dawn of Republican leadership.
This morning, we're going to break it all down. What went right for Trump and the Republican Party? What went wrong for Harris and the Democrats? And what it means for America's future today. Wednesday, November 6th, 2024.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today, Decision 2024, with Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb, live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. It's Wednesday morning, 7 a.m. out here on the East Coast. We're glad you're with us. This is a special edition of Today on the morning after the election. Good morning, Hoda.
Good morning to you, honey. A lot of people bleary-eyed. They were up late watching the return. Some people were up late working the returns, but the results are really clear and decisive,
Yes,
right?
the results are in. Donald Trump set to make a historic return to the White House. The former president, now the president-elect. NBC News projecting he has eclipsed the 270 Electoral College votes needed. And here's the path to victory. Trump has busted through the blue wall, winning both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He also carried the South, including those key swing states of Georgia and North Carolina.
President-elect Trump claimed victory during a speech at his watch party in Florida, saying voters have given him a, quote, powerful mandate for his agenda over the next 4 years.
Also this morning, we are closely watching the battle for Congress. We can tell you Republicans have seized control of the Senate. They flipped several seats. The House is at this point still up for grabs and may not be known the outcome there for several weeks. We're covering it all. Let's get started. NBC's Garrett Haake, who covers the Trump campaign. Sun's coming up. Garrett, good morning to you.
Savannah, good morning to you. And yes, Donald Trump's victory in this campaign as stunning as it was complete, knocking Joe Biden out of the race over the summer, then overnight defeating Kamala Harris by winning at least 2 out of the 3 so-called Democratic blue wall states. Now, the first president to be reelected to non-consecutive terms in more than 100 years is coming back to Washington with what he calls a powerful mandate from the American people.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Overnight, a stunning victory for Donald Trump, with NBC News projecting the 45th president is now set to serve again as the nation's 47th.
This will truly be the golden age of America.
The former president flipping back critical battlegrounds he lost in 2020, celebrating his victory with supporters in the early morning hours.
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Trump trading in his often fiery rhetoric, instead calling for unity,
It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite, and we're going to try.
Though notably not mentioning President Biden or Vice President Harris or their supporters in his remarks. Instead, focusing on his next term with a Republican-controlled Senate.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
On stage with his family, Trump also touting several high-profile allies, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who he said will have a role in his next administration, and spending several minutes praising billionaire Elon Musk, who spent tens of millions of dollars supporting Trump's campaign.
We have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Running mate J.D. Vance also taking the stage.
We just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
The former president winning with a coalition driven by white voters, men, and first-time voters, a group he lost in 2020 but won this year.
They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful.
During the campaign, Trump had focused heavily on immigration, painting the immigration debate in dark terms.
Black voters are furious with Kamala over illegal immigration. It's destroying their communities.
His support with black and Latino voters higher in key swing states. Latino men in particular flocking to Trump, favoring him by a 10-point margin after backing Joe Biden by 23 points 4 years ago. The economy also a major focus, tying Harris to incumbent President Biden, also seeming to pay off with voters in the all-important Midwest states, as Trump reflects on his last campaign.
His campaign has been so historic in so many ways.
And looks ahead to leading a divided country.
We're going to help our country heal.
At 78, Trump is now also the oldest person to ever be elected president and the first convicted felon. He does still face additional criminal charges, many of which are likely to be dropped by a Justice Department he will control. Now begins the work of a transition and selecting cabinet officials, a process that could be aided greatly by the Republican Senate that'll be joining Donald Trump in Washington next year. Savannah.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you very much.
The co-chair of the Harris campaign spoke to her supporters overnight, saying the vice president will address the nation today. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us live now. Hey, Peter, morning.
Hi, Hoda. Good morning to you. We're outside the Naval Observatory, the vice president's residence. What only in a matter of months will become home to J.D. Vance and his family. Last night at Howard University, Kamala Harris's alma mater, it started as sort of a joyful, optimistic scene, but as the results came in, as polls closed around the country, the scene there really dramatically changed quickly. A much more somber scene, glum looks, blank faces staring at the giant screen there. Ultimately, they turned off the audio on the massive monitor and turned music on to try to buoy the spirits of those in attendance. We do expect to hear, as you noted, from Vice President Harris at some point later today, speaking at Howard University, we were told, both to her supporters and to address the nation as well. There was a party elsewhere in town for her donors. The situation there was described as a funeral. The bottom line for Kamala Harris's team is that they were unable to sort of have the numbers they needed in key demographics, underperforming particularly in some of those critical counties in crucial battleground states. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, certainly among them this morning. And Harris faced some major headwinds, her allies say, coming into this. She was hampered by people's views of the Biden administration, particularly on the topic of the economy. Her effort to sort of cast Donald Trump as a divisive figure, to put abortion rights front and center, obviously was outweighed by Americans' real concerns about the economy. 2/3 of Americans saying that they believe right now that they're dissatisfied or angry about the state of this economy. We expect to hear from her later, but I'll tell you what we are hearing from her allies this morning is that they don't put this on the shoulders of Kamala Harris. They feel like she competed everywhere, went to places even Hillary Clinton missed in 2016. Nonetheless, it wasn't enough to win it back again for the Democrats. Back to you guys.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. So let's get right to the big board, crunch these numbers. NBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki, up all night but looking fresh as a daisy. So let's look at that. For all of the talk about the polling ties, in the end, this is a pretty decisive victory for Donald Trump. Take us inside it.
Yeah, a couple ways to look at it, Savannah. You see some of these battlegrounds still, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, not called. Trump is ahead in all three of those. There's a very good chance Trump is going to go 7 for 7 in the core battleground states. But the victory he's put up here goes beyond those battleground states. These are the electoral votes. Let's flip it over and show you what the popular vote looks like right now. And you can see Trump right now with an outright majority of the popular vote, an advantage of more than 5 million votes nationally over Kamala Harris. And where that comes from is some states we don't talk about much, but big states like New York. Now, Kamala Harris is going to win here by about 11 points, but just check out what this is in terms of a difference from 2020. That's cut in half from Joe Biden's margin. If you looked inside New York City here, especially the working class areas, the outer boroughs of New York City.
The Bronx.
There you go. Some major gains for Trump there that have really kind of been unthinkable for Republicans for a long time. You see it, too, these kinds of gains in a state like New Jersey. You see it in a state like Maryland. They're still blue, but they're a lot less blue. You see it in a state like Illinois. Look at this one, 51-47. We're over 90% of the vote. And Harris is going to win. She's not winning like Joe Biden did just 4 years ago. 17 points right there. So you start getting those gains for Donald Trump in those big blue states. I mean, that adds up to millions of votes. That's why he has this popular vote advantage. That's why I think there's a very good chance he's going to end up winning the popular vote for the first time. And it would be the first time in 20 years since George W. Bush, 2004, that a Republican has won the national popular vote.
All right, Steve, we have lots to unpack here. We'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much. Hoda, over to you.
All right, as we mentioned, the other big battle of the night is control of Congress. NBC News is projecting Republicans have taken back the Senate, though some of the tight races will determine the margin, and the future of the House still up in the air. NBC's Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is here with that part of the story. So the Senate is a lock.
Yeah, the Senate, and this is not a surprise at all, Hoda. We knew that the Republicans were in the driver's seat here, and as we take a look at the map, it looks pretty clear that they are going to pick up at least 2 seats, and they have the potential to pick up maybe 3, even 4 more seats before all the vote counting is done. Let's take a look at where they got their biggest wins. West Virginia being the first state. We were able to call that almost immediately after the polls closed. They also picked up a win in Ohio. That was a race that Democrats had some hope that Sherrod Brown, the incumbent there, would have a shot at beating Bernie Moreno. It didn't work out that way. And then the state that we're watching really closely right now is Montana. Tim Sheehy, this is still too early to call. The Navy SEAL, though, leading the incumbent John Tester there. Right now, Hoda, the question is not if the Republicans have the majority. We know they have it. It's just how big that margin is going to be.
So Republicans won the presidency. They won the Senate. So now it's about the House. And you say we won't know these numbers for quite a while.
It could be maybe a month.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on which one of these states or which one of these districts it takes to count. Right now, 54 seats are still not called. The Republicans have the advantage right now, a 3-seat net gain. They, of course, control the majority right now, but so many of these races are tight. And this could shift back and forth as the vote counting process plays itself out. One of the reasons it could take so long, Hoda, is that many of these districts, every state has different rules for how they count the votes, when the votes come in, and how that process plays itself out. So, yeah, we're going to have to be patient before we know who won the House.
All right, Ryan, thanks.
Okay, let's joining us now, Jason Miller, senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Jason, good morning to you.
Good morning.
So, about last night, tell us about former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, his reaction behind closed doors. You were with him in 2016. It's been a long road.
Yeah, so President Trump was in very good spirits last night, obviously, after winning not just the presidency, but in a manner that was such an overwhelming landslide, winning the popular vote. He's on track to get 312 electoral votes. And for those scoring at home, that's even bigger than what he was able to do in 2016. And Savannah, let me explain why that's such a big deal, because we have such serious problems in front of us with our economy and with the border, and Americans want it fixed now. I think a major reason why President Trump won is because he made it clear how he's going to improve the lives of every American, and the fact that he can do it right away. He doesn't need 1 or 2 or 3 years to figure out where things are, how things in Washington work. He's done it before. We have that great economy. We have that secure border. He can do it right away.
So he talked about having a mandate, which is political speak for saying, I have such a decisive win that I'm going to go in there and I know the American people, or at least half of them, are right behind me for what I want to do. So what does happen on day one? And he talked about mass deportations, for example. He's talked about just again last night saying, okay, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., you know, you have our healthcare apparatus, do what you want. Is that the kind of thing that we're going to see right away, those tariffs, for example?
Yeah, so one of the things that a lot of folks know is that with executive orders and things you can do with the presidency, some things you can put back in place. So think about it for a moment. All of the secure border policies that we had in place with President Trump, he can simply flip the switch and put those back into place just like they were before. They didn't need an act of Congress to break the border in the first place. When we think about energy exploration, how we get back to drilling, which ultimately then will bring down prices, bring down inflation, he can do that on his own. Other things, of course, will take legislative action and things of that nature. But right away, President Trump can put so many things into place. And again, that is why people are so optimistic and so upbeat about what their personal finances with their personal safety can look like. He's done it once before. He'll do it again.
You know, we look at these results and they are decisive for the Trump campaign, but you also look at a country that's deeply divided. I mean, it's a 50-50 country right now. The former President-elect Trump talked about healing and turning that page. What do you think that looks like for him?
Well, number one, you take a look at what that coalition was that delivered President Trump the win. I thought a stunning statistic, and this actually came from the NBC News exit surveys, was the fact that President Trump earned the votes of 1 out of every 3 voter of color in the United States. Think about this. This isn't the Republican Party of old. President Trump has completely remade the Republican Party to be the party of the working class. You think about the Teamsters, the union workers, the folks who want to keep the auto industry, but you think about black voters, Latino voters. Think about the Arab American voters in Michigan who rallied around President Trump. His win is already starting to show how he could bring that together. President Trump also last night name-checked a number of Democrats and supporters who aren't traditionally a part of politics and definitely not Republican politics who can help him in that effort. This will be a big, broad coalition that he puts together. We have 2 transition co-chairs in Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon who have already started to assemble some of those. And I know President Trump, as we saw from that first term, he has a way of being able to put people in place that are going to be successful and who can deliver. Hope is back in America.
All right, Trump campaign advisor Jason Miller, thanks for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
7:16. Should we take a break from politics?
Could we please?
We got to check
Look
the
at this
weather.
breath
All right,
of fresh
come
air.
on,
Hey
bring it on
guys,
in.
good to see you. Good morning. Good morning to you. It's a dry morning, and we have been having so little precipitation. 11 million people at risk for elevated fire risk in parts of Vermont and on into New England. Red flag warnings. Any new fires, if they start, they are going to spread rapidly. And we've got a tale of 2 countries as far as temperatures are concerned. Eastern half of the country with a ridge is up 10 to 25 degrees above average. You go out west, it's 10 to 20 degrees below average. In fact, Denver, 33 degrees for a high today, 63 in Vegas. That's 10 degrees cooler, but Indianapolis, Concord, Richmond, down to New Orleans, we're talking temperatures 5 to 12 degrees above average. Could be a record today for Bangor, Manchester, Rochester, New York, Charleston. Look for Nashville to set a record at 81 degrees today. And then temperatures start to cool off as you get to the north. By Saturday, 53 in Boston, 62 in Cleveland. Nashville, though, stays nice and mild with a temperature of about 75 degrees. Rest of the country, we are looking at heavy snow developing in the Rockies out west. Gorgeous day. Plenty of sunshine up and down the west coast. We're looking for flooding likely, though, ahead of all that moisture that's going to come from tropical, I should say now, Hurricane Raphael. We're going to be watching that. Record highs in the mid-Atlantic into the northeast. We're going to get to your local forecast in the next 30 seconds.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating.
Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And that's your latest weather. Guys?
All right, Al, thank you so much. Coming up, from the gender gap to massive gains with Hispanic voters and the support of Elon Musk, we're going to break down the keys to President-elect Trump's victory.
Plus, another deciding factor for a lot of voters, the economy. We're going to take a closer look at the role that higher prices and inflation played, driving voters to the polls nationwide. But first, this is Today on NBC. Still ahead, the world's reaction now pouring into the U.S. election.
Yeah, how the results are playing with people and with leaders overseas, what it could mean for the wars in the Middle East as well as Ukraine. We'll have a look at that, a deep dive at the global impact of this earthquake in the political world. There's the map as it stands right here, 7:20 on the East Coast. Here's to check your local news, weather, and these messages.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zing Playasamwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zing Playasamwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zing Playasamwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zing Playasamwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Oh, welcome back. 7:30 on the East Coast on this Wednesday morning. Some people just getting up at this very moment. The nation waking up to a new reality in Washington. Donald Trump securing the 270 electoral votes needed to return to the White House.
And then some, and he becomes just the second president to win non-consecutive terms. Who remembers Grover Cleveland 132 years ago?
If you watched last night, you do.
Let me tell you, Grover Cleveland's Google alerts are just firing on all cylinders. We've got to go back to the 1880s for that. Well, let's show you how Donald Trump did it. Right now, he is sitting at 276 electoral votes. Wisconsin put him officially over the top. And you can see several states, including Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona, too close to call at this hour.
Let's take a look at Congress now, guys. Republicans will retake the Senate after flipping seats in West Virginia, Ohio, and now Montana.
And as for the House races, Republicans are holding a lead this morning. There are still dozens of races left to be called, though.
Let's get a closer look at President-elect Trump's victory and the voters who put him over the top. NBC's Sam Brock is in Asheville, North Carolina. He's got that part of the story. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Hoda, Savannah. Good morning. Look, the Trump campaign made a pretty big bet about what group could tip the election. Young male voters who had never cast a ballot before. Guys, it appears that gamble has paid off handsomely as early exit polls right now showing first-time voters narrowly going for Trump after going for Biden by a 2-to-1 ratio 4 years ago.
This morning, President Trump's campaign celebrating a major strategic victory.
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
The former president's outreach to male voters seemingly paying off. In 2020 and 2016, about 4 in 10 men under 30 supported him. Yesterday, nearly half cast a ballot for Trump. Among men who turned out for the first time, 62% supporting Trump, while 36% supported Harris. The Trump campaign has taken an unconventional approach, including appearances with unconventional media figures popular with male voters. Trump even saying he consulted his son Barron for advice.
A little bit. I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard about.
And a key late campaign appearance on top podcaster Joe Rogan's show.
I'm doing really well in the polls. But I think that's... So this week I happen to believe in a verse. I only believe if they're good. No. I like them this month.
Rogan later endorsing Trump. Democrats pushing for support from women who went for Harris by 54% according to exit polls, but still not enough to carry her to the finish line. The Trump campaign also bringing on prominent supporters who leaned into that gender divide.
When Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking.
Part of Trump's outreach, one of his biggest boosters, billionaire Elon Musk.
He's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses.
Who contributed tens of millions of dollars in an effort to get Trump back in the White House. Musk focusing on a get out the vote push, appearing by Trump's side on the campaign trail.
This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech.
And a controversial plan offering $1 million checks to registered voters who were willing to sign a petition supporting the First and Second Amendments. But Musk, now part of the inner circle, spending election night at Mar-a-Lago with Trump. The Trump campaign telling NBC News that Trump wants Musk to lead a commission on government efficiency. As he celebrates, Trump may be bringing the world's richest man to the White House.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Here in battleground North Carolina, guys, women outnumbered men in terms of registered voters by about 550,000, yet still dropped 3 percentage points from where they were in 2020. Now widen the scope, according to NBC News exit polls. Harris receiving 54% of the vote from women. For Biden, that was 57% 4 years ago. Savannah and Hoda, back to you.
That is a stunning statistic. All right, Sam, thank you.
So we've got Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker with us once again, and our chief political analyst, Chuck Todd. Chuck, he who has been awake the longest shall get the first question.
Well, it's, you know.
So let's talk about this. I mean, we were talking last night or 2 hours ago about this political realignment in this country. I mean, everything you thought you knew about politics is pretty much on its head this morning.
It is, you know, I remember 4 years ago talking with a few people going, you know, Donald Trump could put together a multi-ethnic working class coalition if he didn't alienate certain voting groups. Well, that part didn't matter. He's put together the multi-ethnic working class coalition, and it's a majority of the country. It's over 50%. And the Democrats allowed themselves essentially They accepted the party of elites mantra. They accepted the party of suburban America and walked away from rural America, essentially, and didn't try to get that back. And when you start to look at it, and that seems to be culturally how they've lost this group of voters. It was one thing to lose working class whites. Now they're losing working class Hispanics. And this keeps up, they'll lose working class African Americans.
What's so interesting because it's not about demographics, where Democrats always are talking about demographics. That's their identity politics. That's
play
like
this note.
Always,
it's a big
always,
mistake.
always. And now there's a different dividing line, and it has to do with
class.
Working class, educated, college educated, not college educated. That's the dividing line.
And every time we say not college educated, you know what that sounds like?
Yeah, it sure does.
Yeah. And that's part of it's part of this sort of disconnect between sort of elite institutions and this Trump coalition.
And the conversation that elites have been having with themselves.
Like right now.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
But just to say it, that is how it is in the exit polling and that's how they phrase it, which is why the phrase comes
and this is an academic, but it's how it comes across.
Yeah.
And it's been weaponized. And it's been weaponized quite effectively. And I get it. I mean, you do what you're trying to explain and what somebody hears are two different.
Let me ask you something that Sam said that surprised me, and maybe everybody knew this, but I was sleeping and woke up. Biden outperformed Harris in women this year when he ran compared to when she's running right now. Biden outperformed her. We kept saying that we thought there was going to be this big gender gap, that women were going to come out in droves for her, but they came out more for him 4 years ago.
Well, look, I think this Biden election, and I've believed this for the last couple of years, that we've all sort of misinterpreted why Biden won. Biden won because of COVID. And I think there was a lot of people that ascribed a lot of other things to it. Oh, people were tired of Donald Trump, or I think some Democrats conflated January 6th, which happened after the election, right, with, and that somehow, and didn't fully appreciate that. But for COVID, Trump probably would have won re-election. They did like him on the economy. They did like what he was doing on the border. And I think ignoring those two things for as long as they did in the Biden administration, I think put them in this hole.
Well, it's also interesting, too, because Biden ran kind of, first of all, as a transitional figure, so people weren't expecting that he necessarily would run for a second term. But also, he had always been something of a centrist. But, I mean, I don't think he governed that way right away. I mean, there was a sense that he was trying to do more than perhaps people had voted him into office to do.
Yeah, more than people were comfortable with here. And what you saw for Kamala Harris here was this, when she took the top of the ticket, was attack back toward the center. I heard, not to get too in the weeds on Tom Suozzi in New York and the immigration position, but he successfully was able to win a special election by tacking to the center on an issue that Republicans had owned and clearly, based on some of the exit polls here, still do, by taking a more sort of border security, border safety position that the Harris campaign then in many ways adopted, right, and used that same kind of messaging when she would talk about this issue that was, while fourth on the list of top issues, was still important to a big slice of the electorate.
Well, and big picture, more than 70% of the electorate feel as though the country's in the wrong track. And when Vice President Harris would get questions over and over again, how are you going to govern differently than President Biden? She said, I'm not going to be a continuation of the Biden presidency, but she rarely gave specific details. And so many voters, I think, were looking for some of those specifics to make their answer.
Our exit polls, which came, the very first one that came out said that voters had told us their number one issue was the state of democracy. And we have talked about this a lot, and it's worth delving into. That is a phrase that means different things to different people. So for Democrats, state of democracy might mean, oh, it's January 6th, is Donald Trump going to be a dictator? For Republicans, it means my way of life is threatened. What my values are threatened. Both see an existential threat to their country and to the way that they live their lives.
Well, and then when you look at that, what choice did we give voters? I always say that question, we gave them 5 choices. 4 of them were issues, and one is the state of the democracy. We told them, like, what was the most foreign policy, immigration, economy, and abortion, and then state of democracy. And so what they're really, we don't have the right punch, okay? But it is some sort of, it is the way of life. It is this idea where the left believes Trump's un-American and the right believes the left's un-American, right? This whole socialism, you're trying to take the country and totally change it.
And these cultural issues. I mean, Trump ran this ad during every sporting event talking about where Kamala Harris, a position that she took, transgender, paying for the reassignment surgeries for prison inmates, and they never answered that. And that ad ran on a loop.
It's the culture wars, and it was on display. It has been effective in past elections. It was effective here. One Democratic lawmaker said, we need to have a reckoning. We need to reorient and rethink how we are connecting with voters.
Chuck, the nap with your name on it, my friend.
I'm ready.
Thank you very much.
I think so.
All right.
With our name
I might have to pick football games for my friend, Mr. Kornheiser. But other than that, then I get to go to bed.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much.
All right.
You're not off yet.
When we come back, guys, we're going to turn our attention to the economy's impact on the election and the world's reaction to President-elect Trump's historic victory. We'll do it with Richard Engel and Christine Romans. They're joining us live. Coming up right after this.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning. We are back, our ongoing coverage of the 2024 election.
We now know Donald Trump will be returning to the White House, and when he does, he will be faced with a number of challenges all around the world. We've got the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine high on the list. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is here in Studio 1A. It's good to have you here in studio. Donald Trump was saying, and he said this at many campaign stops, I will end these wars quickly.
Yeah, that's what he's been promising. That's what he said in his acceptance speech, that he's a man of peace, that he's going to bring calm and he's going to end the wars. He has these two active wars that he has to deal with right now. One in the Middle East, all across the Middle East. It started out in Gaza, then moved to Lebanon. It's involved Iran. That's an active war, and I think that war could get worse in the short or medium term. And if you look at what Prime Minister Netanyahu has said, he's falling over himself with excitement this morning. He's having a very good day.
A lot of people wondered if Netanyahu was running out the clock, hoping there would be a Donald Trump victory.
That's what a lot of people in Israel also believed, that he was waiting, didn't want to sign some sort of ceasefire agreement, was waiting to have any kind of negotiations with the Biden administration, didn't want to have negotiations with the Biden administration, was pushing it off, hoping that this scenario was going to come true to potentially save his own his life. And he has a long-term policy. He's stated it very clearly what he wants to do to the Middle East. He's stated it in the UN. He believes that there needs to be more action against Iran in particular. So I think you're going to see Netanyahu very happy that his Middle East changing agenda could now have support in an old ally of his.
Let's talk about Ukraine. President Zelensky put out a statement last night.
One of the first statements.
One of the first statements. He knows there's a new sheriff in town.
Fawning statement.
Yes, yes, it was a very friendly statement. And Donald Trump has said, I'll end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, which Ukraine hawks and people who are concerned about its territorial sovereignty said, you end it in 24 hours if you're going to force Ukraine to give up territory.
Yeah, I've met President Zelensky many times and interviewed him over half a dozen times. And I know that Zelensky and his inner circle are very concerned that when Trump says he's going to end the war in 24 hours, that when he calls President Zelensky the greatest salesman, he doesn't mean that as a compliment. He means that every time Zelensky came to the United States, he was able to sell the war in Ukraine and get billions of dollars in support, which is a pattern that President Trump has said that he wants to end. He's going to end the war. He's going to make it cheaper. That's all very good news if you're Vladimir Putin. And I can just imagine going back to Ukraine soon. I have a feeling I'll be heading back. I came here to be part of this. This is the biggest story in the world right now for all of these reasons. And seeing Ukrainian troops without enough ammunition, without enough support, pulling back and feeling very betrayed by the United States. So he's going to end wars, but we'll see. He's got these two wars and very different approaches between Israel and Ukraine.
We just scratched the surface here, Richard, but we'll continue to cover it, of course. Thank you for being here. Good to have you.
Absolutely.
And here at home, of course, the economy was one of the big issues that drove voters to the polls, fueled by lingering concerns over those high prices, the battle against inflation. Let's bring in NBC senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Christine, good morning.
Good morning.
Look, the numbers might say inflation's back down to 2% or in a manageable. People aren't voting that way.
No, in the mood of the country, it's very clear. They are sick and tired of higher prices. And really, it turns out in the light of the day after the election, it was really Donald Trump's election to lose on the issue of the economy. When we ask people, what your financial situation is compared with 4 years ago, an astonishing 45% said it is worse off. That is the highest number of worse off that we've seen in 5 election cycles, presidential election cycles. It's even worse than the Great Recession, which was a really damaging time for the overall American economy. The overall American economy right now is fine. This president inherits a solid U.S. economy, but still big unease about inflation. And then you ask about, in the last year, has inflation caused you and your family a severe hardship or a moderate hardship? 75% said yes. That is a huge, huge number.
A lot of people are waking up this morning. We have a new president-elect, and they're looking at the stock market to see how does that look. It's looking pretty good this morning.
It's booming. You already had stocks hitting record highs. You had stocks up 50% under Joe Biden. They were up 60-some% under Donald Trump, his first term. They are up big time right now. Look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average. 1,385 points is what it's forecast to open higher here today. NASDAQ up big, too. When you look at small cap stocks, these are small companies. Those stocks are even doing better. The idea here is if Donald Trump has control over Congress, he would be able to slash regulations in a way that would allow a lot of these small companies to cut their costs and to make products or sell things much more cheaply. And so that is good for their investors. So investors this morning are cheering. You've got Tesla stock up. The idea that Donald Trump's not a big fan of EV subsidies and investments. So if he guts all of that, that's good for Elon Musk because he has the scale. He's the biggest player in town. So gutting some of those investments in the Inflation Reduction Act would be good, ironically, for the biggest EV maker. And Bitcoin cryptocurrencies are up big today, too. The idea there'd be less regulation there. Again, tariffs less taxes, less regulation. That's been sort of the mantra of the Trump administration. We'll see what happens as we go forward. This is still just the morning after. And also, I will caution that the day after a big event, sometimes things are overdone in the stock market. The stock market goes up and then it can correct a little bit. But at least this morning, there are big moves in the dollar, in bonds, in just about everything. Again, just like Richard Engel said, this is the biggest story in the world right now in terms of money.
Christine, thank you very much.
Christine.
We're back with much more on This Morning After the Election right after this. We are back with Alex tracking a hurricane threat this morning. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, guys, and good morning to you. Well, we've got Hurricane Rafael now, and as we watch this thing, it's currently 160 miles southeast of Havana, 100-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving northwest at a pretty good clip, 14 miles per hour. Right now, we've got tropical storm warnings for Key West, so we're watching that. Obviously, hurricane warnings for parts of Cuba right now. Category Category 2 storm. Now, here are the European models, and you can see they're basically, most of them move this whole thing off to the west. However, the American ensemble of models basically brings it somewhere between New Orleans and Houston. That's pretty much, I think, what we are looking at right now. The National Hurricane Center path keeps it as a Category 2 storm, and then eventually it weakens into a tropical system. And you can see the cone of uncertainty from New Orleans just to the east of Houston. We're going to be watching this 40-mile-per-hour winds. Unless there is some rapid intensification with this thing, it's just going to be a lot of rain, some wind, but hopefully not that big of an impact. Rest of the country for today, we are looking at record highs up and down the eastern seaboard. Again, we've got some moisture from Raphael making its way up into the southeast. There may be some flooding along this, also some showers along this cold front, especially heavier as you get down into Louisiana. Heavy snow developing in the Rockies today. First big winter storm, and very windy along the west coast. We're looking at sunshine and seasonal conditions, although temperatures actually out west anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees cooler than average, guys.
Okay, cool.
Well, I have a mother in Arizona. We'll be happy to hear that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Al. All right. Also, we got new numbers coming in just this morning as the nation wakes up with Donald Trump set to make his historic return to the White House.
We'll dive into them with Steve Kornacki, and we'll have a look ahead. Vice President Harris expected to address the nation later today. Here's a check of your local news.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today, Decision 2024, with Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb, live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Hi, everybody. We're back 8 a.m. on the East Coast, 5 a.m. in the West. If you're just waking up, a long election night stretching into the morning. Oh, I have 3 cups of coffee lined up here. The race is still too close to call in some of those Western battlegrounds in Michigan, but the bottom line is clear as day. Donald Trump, once again the president-elect, the 45th president set to return to the White House, and he will be the nation's 47th president.
Indeed, it was Wisconsin that put him over the threshold of 270 electoral votes. NBC News calling the race just after 5 this morning, maybe while you were asleep. Trump also, by the way, right now leading in the popular vote.
Well, we're covering every aspect of this race, as well as the fight for control of Congress at this hour. Let's get started. NBC's Garrett Haake in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, good morning to you.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you, too. And that's right, Donald Trump's victory overnight, as stunning as it was complete. Basically, having dispatched Joe Biden over the summer, he defeats Kamala Harris overnight by winning at least 2 out of the 3 blue wall states with strong Republican showings all around the country. As the results rolled in overnight, his supporters here in South Florida becoming more and more confident. First, North Carolina coming off the board, then Georgia flipping back to red after a narrow loss in 2020. But it was the call of Pennsylvania late last night, a state that both candidates spent more time and more money contesting in this race's final months, that really appeared to seal the deal for Trump. He moved over from his party at Mar-a-Lago to the event last night in West Palm Beach, speaking to more than 1,000 supporters and starting with a message of unity, but promising big things for his next administration. Listen to what he told supporters here last night.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. Now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. And winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Now, this is a candidate, now president-elect, who has made a lot of promises in the course of this campaign, from policies that he will enact with Congress to things he says he can get done himself, to promises he's made on the world stage about foreign policy. That work will begin essentially now. Trump is something of a superstitious person, not especially engaged in transition planning before he had this race won. That work will begin now. The vetting and the planning of people who will be in his cabinet and who will work in his White House already underway, but will now have Trump and his family putting their hands on it really for the first time in a significant way. And of course, they'll be helped along by that Republican Senate going to Washington, who would have to confirm many of those picks. Savannah?
All right, Garrett. Hey, thank you very much.
NBC's Pitt Alexander is keeping tabs on the Harris campaign. The vice president canceling her planned speech at an election party last night, but she is expected to address the nation today. Hey, Peter, morning.
Hoda, good morning to you. We do expect to hear from Vice President Harris at some point over the course of this day at her alma mater, Howard University. But what a difference 24 hours makes. Monday night, I was with her in Philadelphia during that massive rally, tens of thousands in attendance, and she told the large assembled crowd there that momentum is on our side. But last night, what started as a sort of joyful, optimistic event at Howard quickly turned to a much more somber scene. There were blank stares, glum faces. At one point, they even muted the audio coming from the giant screens as they delivered more and more results indicating that she was not going to be selected as the next president of the United States, turning music on instead to buoy the spirits of those there. The bottom line is that for Vice President Harris, she was unable to perform with the numbers she needed in key demographics, particularly watching serious erosion among Latino voters. Some of those critical battleground counties, she didn't perform the way that the Democrats were hoping that she would as well. It appears clear that she carried some of the baggage, the headwinds from the Biden administration, also suffering from the same backlash that many incumbent leaders around the world have been seeing over the course of the last several years. And on the topics that really mattered to voters, her effort to cast Donald Trump as a divisive figure, to say that he was a threat to democracy, clearly didn't have the same impact as the Americans were looking for. They didn't view her as the change candidate. Ultimately, it's the topic of the economy and trying to get to sort of pre-COVID prices that delivered a lot of the votes for Donald Trump last night. Back to you guys.
All right, Peter, thank you. Let's take it to the big board. NBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. This is a decisive victory. We are waiting for a few of the battleground states. Donald Trump is leading in them. He may get a battleground sweep here. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, he could end up going 7 for 7. You can see what we're waiting on here is Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. You also see Alaska. Trump is leading there. It just takes a long time to get the vote in. Look, honestly, if you look at the numbers in Arizona here, 2/3 or so is in. And this is a very encouraging start for Donald Trump here. It may take him a while to count the vote. Nevada, what's in so far, when you look at the patterns here where Trump is doing particularly well around Las Vegas, Republicans haven't done as well as he's doing there, maybe in 2 decades at the national level, the last time this state went red. And in Michigan right now, we're basically just waiting on Detroit in the area around Detroit. Trump with a 100,000 vote lead, about 100,000 votes left there in Detroit. It's going to come down, but actually leapfrogging Trump there for Harris will be tough. If she doesn't, 7 for 7 looms, and potentially this could rise to 308 electoral votes.
And he may well win the popular vote when all the votes are counted. So let's talk about, there it is, the realignment. And we're seeing a political realignment. And let's go by some of these groups. Hispanic voters broke in a big way for Donald Trump. Yeah,
I mean, just take a look. Here's the exit poll, our national exit poll of Hispanic voters. We have Harris winning Hispanic voters 53 to 45. Put this in some context. 4 years ago, the exit poll had Joe Biden winning the Hispanic vote by 33 points. And we were saying that was progress for Donald Trump 4 years ago. So what you see here tonight, this is just an absolute sea change. This would be the best performance for Republicans with a Hispanic vote, maybe in half a century, depending on how this shakes out. It could be even longer than that. And it has ripple effects on this map that are felt far beyond just those battleground states.
Yeah, well, tell us about that, because this map has some surprises, and perhaps the states that we expect to be blue, New Jersey, Illinois, they look blue, but when you get under the hood, you see a very tight margin that Democrats did not see coming.
Yeah, it'd be a lighter shade of blue. Why don't we look at New York State here, a real biggie. Okay, a double-digit win here for Kamala Harris, but this was 23 points for Joe Biden for you. This has been the standard Democratic margin, a blowout in New York. Trump basically cuts it in half, but where does he cut it in half? This is tiny. Let me blow it up. This is New York City, though. This is the population capital of the country here. Yeah, I mean, just take a look. Here is the Bronx. Look at this. Okay, 45 points for Kamala Harris, heavily Hispanic borough of New York City. It was 68. Biden wins it by 68. It comes down to 45, 23-point shift there. How about Queens? Another big borough here in New York City, 45 points for Biden, comes down to 24. Overall, in New York City, Trump has posted a 15-point gain from the last time around.
Okay, we talked a lot about the gender gap and this being the battle of the sexes election. It was young men who perhaps have never voted before who turned out in droves for Donald Trump, and that made a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see it one place. You could layer it, too, if you talk about young Hispanic men in particular. In one place we saw that was here in Pennsylvania that Donald Trump has flipped. A lot of small, mid-sized cities, you're talking about like a Hazleton, Allentown, places with large Hispanic populations. Some of the city of Hazleton is 70% Hispanic in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump carried it.
All right, Steve, lots to unpack. Thank you very much. Hoda, back to you.
All right. When President-elect Trump returns to the White House, he will find new support in Republican-controlled Senate after several key seats flip this election. But it could take weeks before we know which party will control the House. NBC's Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is here. He's got a closer look at things. So the Senate's over. Now it's all about the House.
Yeah, and actually we have an update on the Senate. So last time we talked, it was a 2-seat flip for Republicans, but now we know of a 3rd seat. And let's take a look at the entire makeup of the Senate right now to give an idea of where things stand. Republicans now have flipped 3 seats total, so they are in the driver's seat to have the majority. Let's take a look at where those wins came. First, West Virginia, Jim Justice, the governor there, he is the projected winner. That was not a surprise. We called that very early today. Then in Ohio, this was a state that Democrats were hopeful that the incumbent Sherrod Brown could outrun Bernie Moreno. That did not happen. Moreno, riding Trump's coattails, ends up winning there. And then this is the state that we're just able to call in the last hour, and that's the state of Montana, where Tim Sheehy, the former Navy SEAL, is going to beat the long-term incumbent Jon Tester. There are still a number of Senate seats that are still up for grabs right now. That means the margins for Republicans could get even bigger. Now, in terms of the House of Representatives, there's still a lot we don't know, and it could take time before it gets all settled. At this point, there are some 54 seats that we don't have an answer for. Right now, Republicans have a net gain of 3 seats. But that's a number that could move in either direction over the next couple of days as all these votes get counted and everything gets resolved. This is the Democrats' last hope at any sort of bastion of power in Washington right now. They've got a shot at making it happen. It's probably about 50-50 right now between Republicans and Democrats, but it could take a week, maybe longer, before we know who eventually wins.
When you look at the trend lines with the president winning so handily in places and what's happening in the Senate, do you see the House kind of following that path?
It's very possible, but the one thing to keep in mind is that the battlegrounds in the House of Representatives were not the same battlegrounds as the presidential race. So that's maybe why we see a bit of a divergence.
Okay. All right, Ryan, thank you.
Well, that sets us up nicely for our next guest, Florida Senator Marco Rubio, the Republican serving his 3rd term after winning re-election in 2022. Senator Rubio, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Good morning.
I know it's been a long night. Let's talk about Donald Trump last night saying he had a mandate. We've talked about the United States Senate going to the Republican Party. So we'll have new leadership there, the White House, potentially the House. What do you think the mandate is?
Well, first, I think we have to understand how he won. Not just that he won, but how he won. And he won by putting together the most diverse coalition of American voters in modern history. You were talking a moment ago before I came on the air about Hispanic voters. I think the lesson here is that the primary identity of Americans is American. And whether you're of Hispanic descent or African American, or in any background, you're in, the price of gas, the price of food, the fear of uncertainty and not being safe in your own community because people have entered the country illegally and happen to be criminals in their home countries before they came, and then they come here and commit crimes as well. Concerns about what's happening in the world, that every day there's new conflict that threatens to pull us in. These are things that that Donald Trump campaigned on. And his primary message was, I'm going to put the interests of Americans and America before anything else. And I think that's a message that's resonated and in a way that led to this very diverse coalition. And so, at the end of the day, I think that is part of the mandate, and that is that Americans of all backgrounds want a government in the Senate, in the White House, in the House, everywhere, that puts them and the things they care about ahead of what is important to somebody else, whether it be in politics or in another country. And, it's an important lesson to learn and take away from all this.
I mean, Donald Trump has been very, very clear about some of the things he wants to do. And so if he has a mandate, people are certainly on notice, talking about mass deportations, for example, talking about ending the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, getting a negotiated settlement that likely will mean Ukraine gives up territory. Is that the kind of thing that you expect to happen in rather short order?
Well, those are the kinds of things that I think people out there like to point to say, oh, he's going to do some terrible thing to the country. Number one,
well, he said that.
The law of the country right now, it is. Yeah, but it's the law of the country. The immigration law of this country is as follows. If you are here unlawfully, you are to be detained until removal. That's the law of the country. He's talking about enforcing our existing laws. He's also made clear that his priority is going to be dangerous criminals. People that are in this country and they're criminals in their home country or they're committing crimes here, they will be the priority for removal from this country. And that's a widespread supermajority position in this country. It's one of the reasons why he won yesterday. In the case of Ukraine, who wants war? What he's talking about is he wants the war to end. Now, as a businessman, he's not going to tell you about his negotiating tactic to bring it to a close, but I don't understand why we would not want a war like that to end. Obviously, you don't have to be a fan of Vladimir Putin to want the war to end.
Yeah, I think as you well know, many national security conservatives would say, well, you don't want that war to end if it means that you have to give up, that Russia invaded your territory and you end up settling and saying, all right, you can have some of it. I mean, I think that's, you know these pressure points better than I do.
Yeah, look, I get all that, and I understand it. I think there's the reality of the war there. We can talk about it in greater detail in another interview, I imagine, but the truth of the matter is that that's what the Biden administration would admit. They don't admit it publicly, but if you ask the Biden administration, they will tell you we are funding a stalemate, okay? I think the Ukrainians have been incredibly brave and strong in standing up to Russia, but at the end of the day, what we are funding here is a stalemate war, and it needs to be brought to a conclusion because that country is going to be set back 100 years. Now, that doesn't mean that we celebrate what Vladimir Putin did or are excited about it, but I think there has to also be some common sense here, and that is that right now what we are funding is a stalemate that's costing lives and, putting Ukraine, it's going to take 100 years to rebuild that poor country with everything they are facing.
Senator, can't let you go without asking the Washington question. Do you intend to serve in the Trump administration? Is that something you've talked to the former president about?
No, we haven't talked about that. We were focused on Pennsylvania. We talked a lot about Pennsylvania. We talked a lot about Nevada. We talked a lot about Wisconsin and Michigan, and not so much about Florida anymore. We're very proud. Well, listen, I'm in public service. I'm not trying to play quiet. I'm in public service. I like to serve our country. So I'm not going to be presumptuous about any of those things other than to say that I know I'm in the Senate. And if that's the role I'm going to continue to be in, it's a place that I can serve and work with this administration on things that we were already working on when he was previously president. And what happens after that, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, we're not even 12 hours removed from the outcome in this election. So, again, I mean, those are decisions they'll start working through right now.
All right, Senator Marco Rubio, I saw you at the party late last night, and you're up early with us. Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are following another major story this morning on the weather map. We've got a hurricane in the Gulf, and you're also looking at a fire danger.
That's right. 11 million people at risk for this fire danger. You combine really record high temperatures and drought. So we've got red flag warnings and elevated fire risk for New England. 10 to 25 degrees above average today from New England all the way down to the Gulf, 10 to 20 degrees below average out west. So, for example, Denver, a high today, 33 degrees. That's 24 degrees below average. Indianapolis, 69. That's 14 degrees warmer than normal. Richmond, 17 degrees above normal. And then you can look at these record possibilities. Bangor, Manchester, New York, Washington, and Nashville, all looking at breaking potential records. We're going to get to your local forecast in the next 30 seconds.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
And to all those pollsters out there, not so easy doing a forecast, is it?
You were waiting to deliver that line.
It's every 4 years. I love it.
Every 4 years. And it just gets funnier.
It does. It really does. Never gets old. Thank you, Al. Still ahead in the wake of Vice President Harris's defeat and Republicans seizing control of the Senate as well. The blame game has already erupted inside the Democratic Party. A lot of soul searching there. We'll talk about that and more as a special edition of Today rolls on a Wednesday morning right after this.
Still ahead, the economy was a top concern for voters, one of the big issues behind President-elect Trump's victory. So how will Wall Street react when the market opens in about an hour? We're going to get to that and a lot more coming up after your local news.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
Is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Good to see you. It is 8:30 here in New York. A lot of people, Americans, waking up to a political earthquake overnight. Donald Trump, he has won a second term. So we're going to get you caught up on where things stand right now.
Okay, let's show you the numbers. Trump will return to the White House in January as the 47th president of the United States. He sealed the deal earlier this morning, the president-elect winning the electoral vote. You see it. And also at this moment, winning the popular vote as well by about 5 million votes. So that we see the national map there filled in. This is the county by county view. And the gap is likely to close a bit. Some votes still being counted out west. We're still waiting for Michigan. But if he is to hold on to the popular vote, this would be the first time that a Republican has won the popular vote since George W. Bush in 2004.
Yeah, there's a lot of red on that map. And as for Congress, Republicans will retake control of the Senate after flipping seats in West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. But the House, still a toss-up. Republicans holding a lead this morning. Still, though, dozens of races left to be called.
So what does it mean for the president-elect, for Republicans? What about the soul-searching that's playing out right now among Democrats this morning? Peter Alexander, who's been covering the Harris campaign, back with that part of the story. Hey, Peter.
Hey, Savannah Hoda, good morning to both of you. We're waiting to hear from Vice President Harris a little bit later today, but she got a lot of credit for her 107-day, 3.5-month campaign. They had a ton of money, more than $1 billion to spend. She got credit for very few missteps, with the exception perhaps of not better distancing herself from Joe Biden. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to satisfy the American public right now with a resounding defeat. And for Democrats across the board, this was a huge loss. Beginning now, a new reckoning. With Kamala Harris's loss, a stunning defeat for Democrats.
I'm just devastated.
A somber mood at Harris's watch party overnight after Donald Trump dominated, blowing through the so-called blue wall of Midwest states that Democrats had counted on. improving on his 2020 margins in more than 2,000 counties nationwide. In the key swing state of Pennsylvania, Harris underperforming President Biden's results. And further down the ballot, Republicans also flipped the Senate to their side.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
Now for Democrats, the soul-searching begins. After an unprecedented race with Harris stepping in as the presidential candidate, just 100 days ago when President Biden withdrew, Harris tried to distance herself from Biden, but perhaps was still hampered by his legacy.
This is about what the Democrats did while in office over the last 4 years. Inflation, which was so high during much of this administration. And many people are still feeling the pain of that.
Exit polls show voters listed the economy as a major issue. Harris also underperforming in key areas.
Where she's coming up short are in the cities.
Even struggling in blue strongholds like New York and Virginia, despite a massive campaign blitz from major Democratic stars. Harris also came up short with key minority groups. According to exit polls, Latino men favoring Trump by a 10-point margin after backing President Biden by 23 points 4 years ago. Democrats now face an uphill battle.
And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
With Harris's message clearly not resonating with enough voters, Democrats are now left trying to sort out how to turn the page now. And already you're beginning to hear questions in terms of that Monday morning, or in this case, Wednesday morning quarterbacking among Democrats. Among the questions right now, whether it would have made better sense for President Biden after Democratic successes in the midterms in 2022 to have stepped down then. Remember, he promised to be a transitional president in the past to allow for a full primary for the Democrats to pick their candidate going forward and perhaps to give that candidate more time to gear up for this battle with Donald Trump. The bottom line is there are so many questions, so few answers, and the Democrats have a lot of figuring out what to do next that begins right now.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. We return to Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker. So let's talk about that. There was going to be a lot of soul searching and hand wringing and probably some finger pointing. And let's just start where Peter brought it up. I mean, is the fundamental, the original sin here that Biden stayed in the race when perhaps he should have stepped aside and had an open primary, and perhaps Democrats would have had a better shot? Is that one of the lessons Democrats are talking about?
Absolutely. It's one of the things that Democrats are talking about, the timing of when he stepped aside, because remember, there was so much debate, even when he did step down in this summer, about potentially holding an open primary. Could that have made Vice President Harris a stronger candidate if she were the one who had emerged at the top of the ticket after a robust primary process? And also that condensed period of campaigning deprived her, I think, of the long runway that a typical candidate has to really lay out what they see their vision as if they were to win office.
I mean, Trump winning the popular vote right now, the map looks almost all red. And there were a lot of things the Harris campaign was counting on. They were counting on a lot of women coming out. Yeah. They were probably counting on a lot of minorities coming out. A lot of them did come out, but many of them came out for Trump.
That's right. And not enough of them came out for her. I spoke with one person close with her, I want to say 12 hours before polls closed, maybe it was 18 hours before polls closed, who said, listen, I think we are going to see less of an underperformance with Black and Latino voters than people are predicting here because of what they had been seeing. That was simply not the case, right? Because we see it in these exit polls and we see it in the results in these counties after county where you've seen, very blue in 2016, less blue in 2020, red in this year in places like Texas, right? Some of these heavily Latino counties in parts of Texas here. What's so interesting, and Savannah and Hoda, we talk about this, and you've said this on other contexts and other nights, is having a bit of humility here. And I do think that as journalists, political pundits out there, et cetera, there will have to be a reckoning inside the Democratic Party, but we don't yet fully know what that looks like, right? I think we can sense the contours of it, that is going to have to exist, but it could go in a lot of different directions because there are some takeaways that I think Democrats are having to process at this moment. You also look at people who are showing up to vote for the first time. And remember, these first-time voters, they broke for Joe Biden 4 years ago. They broke for Donald Trump this year. So there's something about the Democratic messaging, the Democratic candidate, obviously the it didn't work.
And what's so notable as well, think about it. This is the first presidential election after Roe v. Wade was overturned. We spent a lot of time talking about split ticket voters. And the way to think about it may not be in the context of president versus Senate, but rather the fact that you still have people energized, with the exception of the state of Florida, around some of these measures, 10 different states to enshrine abortion rights. And yet, Democrats thought that would be one of the energizing factors for them, and it just did not turn out that way.
Well, it was a ballot winner up until Donald Trump was on the ballot.
Yeah, and so when you talk about this idea of people who can sort of exist in different boxes and be parts of different categories, right, as we're seeing now with what Chuck Todd has called this realignment right now demographically of where the Republican Party is, there are people, and we have seen it now in states, who say, yes, let's enshrine abortion access and enshrine, protect abortion rights. And I also want Donald Trump to be in the White House. Again, Vice President Harris spent months casting these states as having Trump abortion bans, as she put it, and that did not resonate with some of the folks in these battlegrounds.
We've also seen this realignment in terms of what we've been calling the education gap, because we can't think of a better way to put it. But you're starting to really see this line. The line of demarcation is not about race necessarily and not necessarily about gender, but it falls on college-educated voters, non-college educated voters. I remember hearing a lot from the Democrats in the final days. Oh, Kamala Harris has such a diverse coalition. It's all the way from AOC on the left to Liz Cheney on the right. But that's all a party. That's an elite college-educated party.
You talked to Jason Miller about this, a senior Trump advisor, just this morning, and he said something that I think is correct and that we've seen in this. Donald Trump has brought working class voters, period, across these racial lines, across these gender lines, into the Republican tent here. And that is different from what we've seen before. How long lasting is it? We'll see.
Marco Rubio said something similar. He said the only identity that matters in terms of these Latino voters is they're Americans.
And that is why you are hearing Democrats say we have to have a reckoning. We're hearing a lot of that word today because they have to look at the electorate differently, not in terms of different racial groups, but as you're saying, really meeting them, as one person said, where they are, talking to them about the issues they care about.
I keep thinking that half the country is waking up right this moment elated and cheering, and half the country is waking up this moment and saying, oh no, what's going to happen? Everyone's waiting for Kamala Harris to speak. Donald Trump did speak about healing. So what do you think as we go forward?
So I think this is an interesting question because there have been moments in the past when former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, has spoken about perhaps having a unifying message, and then that was not the message that he delivered. So I just look at the past 8 years of having covered him, of him having been in the public spotlight here. He is somebody who has been crystal clear about his day one and his first priorities, and most of them are pretty controversial, depending on where you sit in the political spectrum here. So I think that is, I think back to Inauguration Day 2016, American carnage. He closed his campaign on this dark and defiant message, and so he doesn't have much incentive. He won the popular vote for the first time since he's been running for president in 3 cycles. He looks like he's going to do very well on some of these battlegrounds, too. He has no incentive to change.
I wouldn't be surprised if the message we hear from Vice President Harris is more unifying in tone. Former Congresswoman Liz Cheney posted on X saying we have to accept these results. That's what our democracy is about.
That's exactly right.
All right. Thank you, ladies, so much.
Very much. Coming up next, former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, will be here. We'll get his take on what played out yesterday, what the next 4 years could hold in Washington and beyond. But first, these messages.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
We're back with more of our ongoing coverage of the 2024 election, the impact of its stunning results. And we mentioned Republicans have seized control of the Senate. They are also looking to hang on to control of the House. Former Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy joins us now. Good morning. It's good to see you.
Good morning.
Oh, I mean, you've had your ups and downs with former President Trump. What is your reaction to not only this result? I mean, this was a tie in the polls, so, not unexpected, but such a decisive and resounding result for the former president.
It's one of the biggest wins we've had from a president in decades. I mean, the popular vote and the Electoral College, an overwhelming vote. But the other thing that President Trump was able to do is bring a bigger majority in the Senate, and he's going to keep the majority in the House.
Well, let me talk to you about that, because we haven't called the House yet. House races, you got to love it. Some of them don't get called for weeks and weeks.
It will take time,
But you know this members, you know this game very, very well. You are confident that the Republicans will take the House.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep the House because you had redistricting, so you had 3 new seats in North Carolina. Yeah. We picked those up. We lost probably 2 to 3 seats in New York, but we picked up 2 in Pennsylvania. We'll pick up 1 in Michigan. We'll pick up Alaska.
Do you think you'll increase your numbers?
Probably only a couple if we do, but it'll be a tight majority, but it'll be a stronger. And if you watch, there was about 15 seats that were just playing tied, and Trump's numbers brought all these members up.
Well, that's so interesting, because we saw in the 2022 elections, it was disappointing for Republicans. They, of course, held on to the House, but not by the numbers. It was not the result that Republicans had hoped for. And many people observed at the time, when Trump isn't on the ballot, some of these down ballot Republicans are having problems, but he lifted them last night.
He lifted them. When he ran 4 years ago, we beat 12 Democrats, not 1 Republican lost. We won last cycle, won the majority in the House. So winning the Senate by a larger margin than I think most people agreed, being able to sweep. And what President Trump has also done, when you go through and analyze this, policy matters. People vote on it, not so much of race politics. They care about the economy. They care about the border. The other thing that you found with Trump is he expanded the Republican Party. When you're carrying 41% of the Hispanic vote, 25% of the black males, we haven't seen those type of numbers for almost 50 years for Republicans. So this is a window of opportunity for the Republican Party to actually solve problems, expand and welcome more people in the party if they want to be able to maintain this.
It's a political realignment, but it's also, if the Republicans hold the House, they have the Senate now, the White House, I mean, it's over to you, time to govern. You have obviously had that experience, having done it in divided government. What do you think that will look like?
Well, it's going to be a better place, because President Trump has the 10,000 hours experience. He's much better prepared to go in the job. He probably won't waste one day. But you also, because of the Senate rules, you have reconciliation, so you don't need to go to 60. So you'll be able to deal with the tax bill coming up in a different way. I hope both sides come together and finish the job they're supposed to do this year before having President Trump sworn in. They got to finish the funding issue. They got to finish the debt ceiling. Give the president a honeymoon so you can govern and not hanging over impeachment or anything else. So we'll really see the country be able to come together for once.
It's interesting you mentioned the debt ceiling, because it gets a little wonky, but this is that, hold your breath moment every few months in Congress, where the Republicans, some members of the Republican House weren't willing to lift the debt ceiling unless there were budget cuts elsewhere, and we would be going to the precipice all the time. Do you think Republicans are going to be able to raise the debt ceiling if they need to, do this kind of, boring humdrum stuff of running the government?
Well, debt ceiling is different than just the budget of the government, because 2/3 of the Republicans voted for the debt ceiling. I was the speaker. And we actually had the biggest cut in history, $2 trillion. Reformed welfare. We also did NEPA reform, hasn't done in 40 years. It's probably one of the strongest bills of accomplishment. And we were sitting in the minority of 5, not having the Senate or others. So we're going to have to deal with our debt. We've got Elon Musk to be able to bring greater efficiency from the business community, bring accountability into government. You're going to have the border secure. The president knows how to do it. We know economics was the major issue that drove people here. I think you're going to find from regulation and small businesses a great deal amount of growth. So there's a new opportunity for people to work together. I mean, remember this. Our government is designed that one party can't have all control. You have to find compromise. And if
but now one party likely will have all control.
You control the majority, but you don't control all the levers. You're going to have to work together to solve some problems.
Well, on that note, I mean, the president did talk about healing and unifying. And I mean, look, it is a decisive victory, but you have 50% of the country waking up elated and 50% of the country waking up dejected. Do you think Donald Trump has it within him to pull the country together?
Yes, he's better prepared. I will tell you this. I've had calls from world leaders in other countries excited about what transpired here. And why? Because they think it brings stability to the world. But what's more importantly, I've been in the room with President Trump and Democratic leaders. I've watched that he's willing to work with both sides. And for this nation, this is the first time in more than 24 years, 2 decades, that we have somebody who just won the presidency, who won the popular vote and the Electoral College. Now, I know Biden did it, but you have an opportunity now on the Republican side to actually bring the nation together. The campaign is over. It's time to work together and govern.
Yeah, pressure's on. Republicans with all levers of power, potentially. Kevin McCarthy, former House Speaker, thank you so much for your perspective. We're back with a lot more on a Wednesday morning, but first, these messages.
inside Iran. From Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
We're back. More special edition of Today on this morning after Election Day.
Yeah, let's turn to a major talking point during the campaign, an issue that was on the ballot in 10 states yesterday. We're talking, of course, about abortion rights. NBC's Laura Jarrett has been watching this throughout the night. This is an issue that a lot of women thought was going to maybe even sway the election. So how did it shake down?
In some places, it was very decisive. In other places, it wasn't. So let's start where life is actually different for people. Waking up this morning in places like Arizona had a 15-week ban. So you couldn't get an abortion after 15 weeks. Now you can get it up to the point of viability, which is roughly around 24 weeks. Also, a place like Missouri, a near total ban currently on the books. Now, again, up to the point of viability. So 2 states, very, very different. But look at what happened in Florida, okay? Currently a 6-week ban. They tried to undo it. A majority of voters said, yes, we want to undo the 6-week ban, but they didn't get that 60% supermajority threshold reached. They were just short of it. So it failed, which means the 6-week ban in Florida stays on the books.
And Donald Trump himself was saying that he wasn't so much in favor at one point.
He thought that 6 weeks was too strict. Those were his words at one point. But then he said, he corrected himself just soon after and said, no, I'm actually going to vote down that amendment. Well, again, that's a big defeat for the voters there in Florida who wanted to see that pass. Also, South Dakota, one of the strictest abortion bans in the country, that now is going to stay in place because they voted down that amendment. Other places where abortion rights were not, as you typically think of, under threat, places like Colorado, New York, those are going to stay basically status quo. They've enshrined it in the Constitution, but it wasn't really under threat to begin with.
What about Nebraska? That was an odd case because there were 2 referenda, and one was basically a pro-choice abortion rights type of referendum, and the other one was not.
It was the only one where it had that counterpoint. Basically, it's all sort of going to result in a 12-week ban now being codified, which was basically through the first trimester, so you can get it through that.
So when you're talking about states that the new law says, or the now constitutional enshrinement says the point of viability, is that essentially like reinstating Roe v. Wade?
Yes, and that it's an interesting point to put out because these are all sort of happening in the post-Dobbs era, and it's returning us basically to the pre-2024 land.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
Got much more ahead this morning, including an inside look at what led to President-elect Trump's historic victory. We'll go inside the numbers after your local news.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast, 6 a.m. in the West. This is a special edition of Today. We're bringing you the very latest results from an election that has already sent shockwaves across the country and around the world.
Good morning. Pour yourself a cup of coffee. Here we go. Donald Trump, once again, the president-elect. Let's go to the map. He stands at 276 electoral votes, 6 more than the 270 he needed for victory, and that could add to that total with calls in states like Arizona, Nevada, Michigan still to come.
We've got complete coverage straight ahead for you. We'll start with NBC's Garrett Haake and the Trump camp. We did hear from the former president last night. Garrett, what are you expecting today?
Yeah, Savannah, that victory last night, as stunning as it was complete, even Donald Trump seemed surprised to find himself up on stage last night declaring victory with the race called in his favor. We watched it all roll out in real time last night. North Carolina staying in the red column, Georgia quickly flipping back to the Republican column after that. But it was the moment that Pennsylvania was called, really sealing the deal for Donald Trump, that the party in West Palm Beach began to feel like a real party. Now, Trump's comments last night, a message of unity at the top mixed with some of his typical rally fare as he talked about this mandate that he believes he now has to go to Washington and change it with the help of a Republican-controlled Senate. Now, that work will get started in earnest perhaps as early as today, although not this morning, I am told by a campaign official. They want to take a moment to collect themselves, having not entirely expected that this race would actually be over and called by this morning. But then the work of the transition begins. Donald Trump has to select a cabinet. He has to select the staff that will come with him to Washington, D.C. And he has to decide what of the many promises he has made during this campaign he can order and put in place now for when he takes the oath of office on January 20th of next year. Savannah.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
Vice President Harris is set to speak later today. The nation also eager to hear President Biden's thoughts on what played out in this election. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is with us now from the White House. Hey, Gabe, morning.
Hey there, Hoda. Good morning. Vice President Harris is expected to address her supporters and the nation from Howard University later today, according to 3 Harris aides. And this is a stinging defeat for the Harris campaign. Her team had been insisting that while the race was close, they had a path to victory in all 7 battlegrounds. So far, not one has been called for Harris. Last night I was at Howard University, Harris's alma mater, where the vice president had planned to give remarks, but throughout the night we saw the mood start to shift among her supporters there, and by the end of the night you can see it in their faces. One Democrat at a gathering of major Harris donors at a hotel here in D.C. likened the atmosphere to that of a funeral. Now, this morning, the vice president is at her residence, the Naval Observatory. Her planned remarks, as we mentioned last night, were canceled. But again, we just learned that she will speak later today and address the nation. As for President Biden, we're still awaiting any word as to whether he might address the nation. He has nothing on his public schedule as of now. But guys, for the Harris campaign, it is a crushing loss. After initially riding a wave of enthusiasm after President Biden dropped out of the race, ultimately, the voters rejected their pitch. Hoda and Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us. Gabe, thank you so much.
We've got NBC's hardworking Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles right here. It's been an all-nighter for you as well. We just had Kevin McCarthy, the former House Speaker, of course, coming on. He said, I mean, look, everyone portrays confidence, but he believes that Republicans will hold on to the House and perhaps increase their numbers.
I mean, it's possible. I think we still have to count all the votes. I mean, at this stage, about 54 of the House seats have yet to be called yet. There are still open battlegrounds in both New York and in California. There are razor-thin margins here. You see Democrats picking up quite a few seats that they knew they needed to pick up. They've lost a couple, like in Pennsylvania, that they were hoping to hold on to. So it really could go either way. Yes, the Republicans I talked to are projecting confidence, but the Democrats feel like they've got a real opportunity here to hold on to this as at least having one bastion of power in Washington.
And the Senate is a lock. It's going to the Republicans. You're getting some results in, too.
Yeah, you know what's amazing about that, Hoda, is we seemed so unsure about how everything was going to go last night. We knew what was going to happen here, and that was that the Republicans were going to take control of the Senate. As it stands right now, the Republicans have picked up 3 seats, so that gives them a net gain of 2 seats total. So they're going to have the majority when they go back to form a Congress at the beginning of the year. And that's really because of 3 seats in particular that we know they've won. They won in West Virginia, first off. That's the seat that was formerly held by Joe Manchin. Jim Justice, the governor there, will become the next senator from West Virginia. In Ohio, Bernie Moreno has beat the long-term incumbent Sherrod Brown. And then in Montana, it is Tim Sheehy, the former Navy SEAL, who beat back John Tester, the longtime incumbent there. But we were talking about something before, which is an interesting dynamic that's at play in Ohio. Keep in mind, they're going to need a new senator in Ohio because the new vice president-elect, J.D. Vance, is the senator from Ohio. So Mike DeWine, the governor, will appoint someone, but that potentially an opening for the Democrats to try and reclaim that seat when they have a special election in 2 years.
Well, that'll be interesting. And then we also have, I mean, a couple of other Senate races still hanging out there. Michigan's race, I don't believe we've called that.
That's
Elissa Slotkin, the congresswoman, versus Mike Rogers, who was a Trump critic turned Trump devotee, who is the former head of the Intelligence Committee. Got that race going.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how this blue wall is playing out for Democrats in the Senate, because almost all of these blue wall Democrats are running ahead of Kamala Harris in some of these key states. We're talking about Pennsylvania, we're talking about Wisconsin, we're talking about Michigan. And right now, for instance, Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin, she's already declared victory. We certainly haven't projected that victory for her, but they feel confident that she has a path to victory. She's leading right now and that she's going to hold that lead. Bob Casey's folks in Pennsylvania, they are still projecting confidence that they think that he's got an opportunity to win. He's right behind now in the vote count, and the Michigan race now is 50-50. It could go either way.
Interesting, too, some of these Democrats running in some of these battleground states were taking a very centrist tone, and some of them were distancing themselves from Biden, and some were running ads toward the end. Highlighting places
Bob
where they
Casey.
agreed with Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's right. Bob Casey was running ads talking about how he supported Trump's trade proposals and also wanted to get tough on the border. There were signs there about how the Biden administration was dragging on these Democratic candidates. That truly manifested itself yesterday with the votes.
All right. Well, keep counting, Ryan. Thank you very much.
What you do. All right, this election is also being closely watched all around the world. The results and what's to come set to impact everything from the global economy to the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. And we have right here in studio with us NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel following the reaction overseas. The reaction coming in quickly, isn't it?
It's coming in very quickly. And there are 2 camps. There are those who think they can work with Donald Trump. They're kind of excited about it. I would put the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Russia in that camp. We've seen a response from Russia that it's quite encouraged because they believe he's going to scale back U.S. support for Ukraine. There was a Russian reaction, a Russian official already saying, well, Trump is a businessman, so he looks at the bottom line and he's not going to want to waste all that money overseas supporting the war in Ukraine. Then you have a very nervous reaction, particularly coming out of Europe. You know, there are 2 mainstays of democracy in the world, Europe and the United States. And they're very worried that the democratic foundations of the United States could be weakened under Donald Trump. They're worried about democracy writ large. They're worried about NATO. So a lot of edgy concern in Europe. And then in Israel,
Yeah, I
it
was
seems
gonna
like
say-
Prime Minister Netanyahu is very excited.
Let's talk about the Middle East. Netanyahu released a statement. He certainly has a pep in his step. He was, many analysts thought that he was trying to run out the clock in terms of whether to negotiate a ceasefire or a peace deal, hoping that Donald Trump would be victorious, and now he has. So how do you think this plays out?
Well, it seems very likely that Netanyahu was hoping that this was going to happen, that he was preparing for this. He just fired his defense minister the other day. His defense minister was more keen to negotiate, more keen to find some sort of diplomatic solution. And actually, Netanyahu had blocked his defense minister from reaching out to the Biden administration. Now he's fired him entirely. So what is Netanyahu planning? Well, he's made it quite clear that he wants to see a military alliance against Iran. He wants more action taken. He wants to build the Abraham Accord into an Abraham military alliance against Iran. And he's made it clear that he hopes that and thinks that Donald Trump is going to be fully supportive of that. So Iran, even though Iran came out and expressed a kind of a blasé reaction, it's going to be nothing. We see no difference. I think they should be much more concerned.
What about the war in Ukraine is obviously, it was a big campaign issue. So now what? Donald Trump said, I can stop that thing and I can do it in 24 hours. So what's the plan?
Well, you can stop the war in 24 hours if you want to. You just have to cut off the tap to President Zelensky. You'd have to cut off all the weapons. But that would mean a very inglorious end to the war. It would mean Ukraine having to cede a lot of territory to Russia, see Russia making advance, rewarding Russia for its invasion of Ukraine and seizing 20% of the country.
I was going to say the argument for those who support funding the war in Ukraine is if you let Putin do it in Ukraine, he won't stop there. He'll move into Poland. He'll move into other
Putin has said he won't do that.
Europe.
He said he would never do that. He wanted that piece of Eastern Ukraine in order to connect it to Crimea. But Putin has also said that he had no choice but to invade, and that this wasn't a war of choice, which of course it was a war of choice. So what Putin says and what he does don't always match up. But yes, if President Zelensky was one of the first people to come out and congratulate President Trump, not surprisingly, because he has his entire country on the line here, he needs to try and rebuild this relationship with President Trump. So he's going to want to reach out and say, we're best friends. Let's get on the same page. But deep down, he's profoundly nervous. The government there is profoundly nervous that Trump is going to cut him off in order to force a very quick end to the war.
What about NATO allies? Because, of course, Donald Trump has made no secret of his, maybe disdain is too strong of a word, but he's certainly...
Pretty close.
Yeah, okay. All right, close enough.
He spent 4 years, basically shaking them down for money, blackmailing them, saying, you're all a bunch of deadbeats, you need to pay up your share or we're going to leave the organization. Now, that approach worked to a degree. NATO countries did contribute more. They did increase their spending. But he also sent a message that he doesn't believe in the organization. He doesn't believe that NATO does what it's supposed to do. NATO was established after World War II to sort of champion the United States cause, to keep peace and stability in Europe, but primarily to maintain European and American dominance over the world, really. And if he doesn't believe in it, that makes a lot of people in NATO very, very concerned.
Much to discuss.
Yeah. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. It's been nearly a decade since Donald Trump announced his first candidacy for president. He won the nation's highest office once, and now he's done it again. So exactly how did we get to this moment? NBC's Dasha Burns has been looking into that angle. Hey, Dasha, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. A commanding win for a candidate and a campaign that was anything but conventional. Former and now future President Donald Trump taking his message of a broken nation to places and people rarely reached by Republicans. And it's what the data shows helped him now have his third and perhaps most successful campaign.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
Former and now future President Donald Trump taking back the White House.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible.
An overwhelming victory for an unprecedented and unpredictable campaign. Trump finding success and new voters with his central campaign messages, vowing from the beginning to turn the page on the Biden-Harris administration.
America's comeback starts right now.
Painting his opponents in dark terms.
The gravest threats to our civilization are not from abroad, but from within.
An election laden with surprises, including a new opponent.
Kamala Harris.
And Trump weathering 2 assassination attempts, a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, sprayed by rifle fire. The former president emerging defiant with a wounded ear in one of the most indelible images of the campaign.
I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
For much of the campaign, Trump focusing on immigration.
These millions and millions of people that are coming into our country, the biggest impact and the biggest negative impact is against our black population and our Hispanic population.
Including memorably spreading falsehoods about migrants.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
Democrats hoping to galvanize Latino voters, especially after these comments from a comedian at Trump's rally in Madison Square Garden.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
But Trump making massive inroads in that community. Latino voters swinging to him with 25 percentage points compared with 4 years ago. He also hammered Harris on the economy.
She doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan. They've destroyed the economy.
And reached out to men with unconventional appearances on podcasts.
If she becomes the president of the United States, which I can't believe can happen, I don't think this country is going to make it.
Perhaps helping him find new voters. Among men who turned out for the first time, 62% supporting Trump. Now, the former president, with the Senate behind him, looking to capitalize on his coalition.
We have to fix it because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans.
And those Trump rallies, they're not over. A campaign aide telling us to expect another one soon. You may remember 8 years ago, then President-elect Trump had held multiple stops during the winter months of the transition as part of a thank you tour. Savannah?
Dasha, thank you so much. And one of the president-elect's supporters joins us now, Congressman Byron Donalds from Florida, who won re-election, by the way, yesterday. Good morning to you, sir. So let's talk about Florida. I mean, this was really one of the areas where early on in the night we were seeing the Latino vote really break for Donald Trump in a big way. And some are calling this the beginning of a political realignment. How do you see it?
I completely agree. We are seeing a political realignment here in Florida and throughout the United States. I think when the numbers were all shaken out, half of the Hispanic voters in our country voted for Donald Trump. You have easily close to 20% of black voters for Donald Trump, young voters, independents, working families throughout our entire country. That's not just a political realignment. What we have witnessed is the greatest political comeback in American history. And now the job begins of doing the real work of securing our borders, getting our economy back on track, the things that the American people care about, whether you're black, Hispanic, or white.
Do you think that the fact that Kamala Harris was black and a woman had anything to do with some of these numbers that we're seeing? I mean, you heard Barack Obama come out and say to black men in particular, hey, do you not want to vote for a woman? Some people have wondered if there's something like that going on with Hispanic voters as well. I wonder what your opinion is about that.
Absolutely not. The reason why Donald Trump was victorious last night is because he talked about the issues that were ailing the American people, and Kamala Harris is the reason why those issues are so bad in America. He spoke on those issues. He stayed consistent on that, and the voters of America today are looking for solutions. They're not looking for history. And a funny thing happened along the way. History was made last night because Donald Trump is now the 45th and the 47th president of the United States.
Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
All right. As we keep an eye on the election map, you know, Al's got to have his eye on the weather map.
Oh,
He's
yes.
tracking Rafael. Hey, Al.
That's a good morning, guys. It's Hurricane Rafael, a Category 2 storm, 160 miles southeast of Havana, 100-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving northwest at 14 miles per hour. We have tropical storm warnings for Key West. Hurricane warnings, obviously, for much of Cuba. Makes its way out into the Gulf of Mexico. We're talking about generally becoming a tropical storm, so hopefully no major impacts once it does make landfall. So far, we've had 17 named storms, 11 hurricanes. The average by this point is only 4. 4 major hurricanes. That's double what we normally get. And in fact, it's right there in the forecast from the NHC. We are looking at an above average hurricane season. We're going to get to your local forecast in the next 30 seconds.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating. Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
And that's your latest weather. Guys?
All right, Al, thank you. All right, the markets are just about to open a few moments from now. A lot of people are curious to see how Wall Street will react to Donald Trump's victory. We'll talk more about that with Christine Romans, who's getting kind of the early read from some of those stock futures. She can forecast, Al, just like you. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Been a very long 26 hours, 27. How many did you put in? 28?
No, this is like a Vegas casino. There are no clocks.
I know. You've been running on no food, no drink. You're keeping it going, but it's time for rest. All right?
Well, our whole NBC News team has been amazing, and we passed the baton over. Our coverage is going to continue. Yep. We're going to take a closer look at what J.D. Vance will bring to Washington as the vice president-elect. Well, you are. I'm going to bed. Night, night.
inside Iran. From Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead. Because every day deserves the best start.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. We've got a special edition of Today. It's a Wednesday morning. You know what's happening right now at 9:30?
Savannah's napping.
She's napping, and the markets are opening on Wall Street. Everyone's got their eye there right after this election. We're going to have more on that in a moment. And again, Savannah is getting some well-deserved rest. And we are re-energized with this man here. Craig got a 2-hour nap, back in the saddle, ready to go, and we're still covering election returns.
In fact, let's get caught up on the very latest. Donald Trump will return to the White House as the 47th president of these United States, president-elect with 276 electoral votes so far this morning. That number expected to grow. Several states still too close to call, but take a look at the popular vote right now. President-elect Trump with a lead of around 5 million. If it holds, it's the first time a Republican will win the popular vote since George W. Bush did it back in 2004.
Now, let's take a look at Congress. So, as expected, Republicans will retake control of the Senate after flipping at least 3 seats. Those were in West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. Now, let's talk about the House. The House is still a toss-up. We may not know results for a week. Republicans do hold the lead this morning. Dozens of races still left to be called.
We heard from a lot of voters who said the economy was the biggest issue that took them to the polls, that sent them to vote.
So as the day begins on Wall Street, we want to turn to our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans. Christine, okay, the market's open. The bell was ringing. You had predictions that it was going to be really high. And what is it?
Savannah went down. The stock market went up. That's what's happening right now. A big rally in the stock market. 1,200 points on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. That's we're looking at record highs in all these major averages. That's a big move. And when you look at smaller cap stocks, they're even doing better than that because the idea here is that second Trump administration would wipe away an awful lot of regulations that cost small business money. So that's what the going thinking is here this morning on that.
Also, perhaps corporate tax cuts.
And tax cuts. That's one of the reasons why you're going to see the banks go up here. You're seeing Tesla. That's Elon Musk, Donald Trump's good friend. His company is soaring today, about 13%. The idea that Donald Trump is not a friend of subsidies and investments in green energy. So if he undoes that, that's actually good for the big player that is Elon Musk.
When a lot of people went to the polls, the economy was on their mind.
Right.
You've sat in this chair so many times and talked about the price of eggs. There are not enough chips in the bag, all the things.
Yeah.
How much was that playing, do you think, in voters' minds?
It was top of mind. And what's so interesting to me is that has people feeling so negative about the economy. I mean, 45% of people said things are worse off today than 4 years ago. That number is the biggest share of worse off that we've seen in 5 elections, even worse than the Great Recession. In the Great Recession, you actually had businesses closing. You had foreclosures in your neighborhood. You had a stock market that was tanking. You had a real recession. We're not in a recession.
So is that perception? Is that just how people are feeling?
It shows you that inflation was biting. 75% of people said that inflation was a hardship for their family. That's even though recently that blue line is wages.
Yeah.
Wages are doing better than inflation. So the reality is more recently things have been improving. But America's psyche is at the beginning of that chart when they have 9% inflation and it's been so dangerous to them. So I do think that this was, in hindsight now, in the light of the morning after, this was Donald Trump's election to lose on the economy. I mean, you look at the big shift in the Latino vote, Latino men concerned about the economy. We lived through a terrible pandemic, and it's as if the American psyche wants to go back to the prices and wants to go back to 2019. That was with people, I think, in the election. Now, I'll say something about the stock market rally here today. Sometimes you can have exaggerations on the morning after. This is a very big move, but we're seeing moves in a lot of different things. And a reminder, that's record highs in the stock market under the first Donald Trump administration, more record highs under Joe Biden. And this morning, the feeling, at least on Wall Street right now, they're not talking about trade wars yet. Donald Trump's tariff, he calls himself tariff man, that could come down the road. But at least for now, cutting regulations, cutting taxes, that's what the focus is on Wall Street this morning.
Got it. All right, Christine,
Nice
thank you.
to see
Thank you. You too.
Christine, of course, Donald Trump's victory means J.D. Vance is now vice president-elect, and at just 40 years old, he becomes the first millennial to be close to the presidency. He also becomes the new face of a MAGA generation. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard joins us now with more on his meteoric rise in politics. Vaughn, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Craig. J.D. Vance, he's just 40 years old, yet in the last decade, he's lived a whirlwind of a political ascent, from authoring Hillbilly Elegy to U.S. Senator of Ohio to now the next Vice President of the United States.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance taking the stage.
I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback.
Now set to be America's 50th VP, after an unlikely journey into politics and transformation from Trump critic to fierce ally.
That's Donald J. Trump, and that's our guy for President of the United States.
Vance's rise to prominence, born out of his best-selling book, Hillbilly Elegy, about his small-town upbringing in Ohio, raised by his grandmother in poverty, while his mom battled drug addiction.
I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from.
In 2016, he was a staple on TV screens, explaining Trump's appeal with a warning.
I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place.
Once even privately referring to Trump as, quote, America's Hitler.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Do we love this guy?
But by 2022, Vance courting Trump's endorsement as he ran for Senate.
How much credit will Trump deserve if you pull off this win?
Oh, he'll deserve a lot of credit, right? I think his endorsement is very powerful.
Quickly becoming a close ally to the Trump-aligned wing of the GOP. As one of Trump's most reliable Senate supporters, Trump picked him for VP at the heavy urging of his son, Don Jr.
I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
But some of Vance's past comments about childless women haunting Trump's campaign as it struggled with female voters.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies.
But he earned high marks with his VP debate performance.
Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president.
Eventually becoming Trump's explainer-in-chief, like when Trump questioned whether Vice President Harris was black.
What I took it as was an attack on Kamala Harris being a chameleon.
Vance has signaled some of his policy priorities. He opposes additional U.S. financial aid to Ukraine and has called for a mass firing of federal civil workers who do not support Trump's agenda. Trump praising his pick overnight.
He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets.
Vance has 3 kids with his wife, Usha, and is the first veteran of the Iraq War to serve on a presidential ticket, and now the potential heir apparent to Trump's movement.
Now, when J.D. Vance took the stage last night alongside Donald Trump, to the crowd there, he said that he witnessed probably, quote, the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. Now, there have been questions for years about who could take the baton from Donald Trump for the MAGA movement. J.D. Vance appearing to be that man. And now, of course, with Donald Trump and Vance going into the White House come next year, that conversation will be delayed a little bit. But he is going to be that heir apparent, now serving in the capacity that Mike Pence once served, but now at just the age of 40. Clearly a future for this movement well beyond Donald Trump. Craig, Hoda.
Vaughn Hilliard there with a look at who J.D. Vance is. Vaughn, thank you so much.
We're so glad to have NBC senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press, back with us and still going strong, ladies. I think
well,
a lot of people crashed out last night. It was 9 o'clock, and they said it was going to be a nail biter, and we're not going to know for days and days, maybe even Saturday. Here we are, the morning after. Trump's leading by 5 million in the popular vote. He's already won the Electoral College vote. What was the biggest surprise to you of what happened last night?
Just how decisive this victory was, because remember how tight the polls were heading into last night. And then adding to that, I think what we have talked about, the political realignment that we witnessed, the fact that he did better with Latino voters, the fact that he did so well with those male voters who are low propensity voters, the fact that he did so well with non-white voters writ large in all of the battleground states. And that's why you're seeing this decisive, not only win in the Electoral College, but obviously the popular vote as well.
I think it's that demographic realignment piece of it, right? When we started seeing in the early exits, this movement among Latinos and Latino men in particular, away from where they were with Democrats in 2020 and 2016 and towards Donald Trump, that was one of the first signs, like, okay, something's going on here. Let's see, is it a trend across battleground states? Can we read anything into that? And I think that's one of the biggest storylines coming out of this, is this sort of working class realignment here among the Republican Party, at least at the moment, right? We don't know how long it's going to last, but I think that's one of the key takeaways, too.
Really quickly here, if Democrats end up losing the House, they've lost the Senate, they've lost the White House, there's going to be some soul searching that Democrats do over the next weeks and months, probably similar to the autopsy that Republicans did a while back. How do they fix the party? How can Democrats figure out how to appeal to more voters?
They got to connect culturally in a way that they haven't been doing.
And someone described it as a reckoning, that they have to take a hard look, and that leadership has to take a hard look at how this happened.
All right, ladies, when's your nap time?
Well, my question
tomorrow,
was,
probably.
How about snack
What is
time?
that? I mean,
sometimes you gotta have a stash of food on the
we
side.
love it here.
Time.
You gotta stay here as long as you want.
Snack time.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks, guys.
Chicken
Cheers.
dip.
Cheers.
Cheers, you earned that.
Cheers.
Up next, we saw President-elect Trump surrounded by his family as he claimed victory overnight down in Mar-a-Lago. Some members took a more prominent role in this campaign. Others took a bit of a backseat. So what can we expect from them over the next 4 years? We'll take a look at that part of the story. Kate Snow's been following that, and she'll have it for us right after this.
us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
Welcome back, guys. From business ventures to the White House, the Trump family has always put on a united front. The president-elect's 4 oldest children heavily involved in his first term.
Well, the question this morning is, will that change in his second term? NBC's Kate Snow is here with a closer look at the next first family. Kate, good morning.
Good morning. So we're told by someone who studied the Trump family dynamic extensively that the Trumps don't trust anyone without the last name Trump. In 2017, we remember Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner were inside the administration, but things have changed in 8 years.
Donald Trump returning to the White House for a second term, but this time around with a smaller entourage in tow. The president-elect telling Fox News his kids will not serve in his administration.
I said, that's enough for the family. You know why? It's too painful for the family. My family's been through hell.
In his first presidency, Ivanka Trump served as a key advisor, and her husband, Jared Kushner, took on a major and controversial role in a number of projects, including Middle East diplomacy. Ivanka, who has been less present on the campaign trail than her brothers, expected to keep more distance this term.
She took a hit for going into politics, so she wants to step away.
Trump's youngest child, Barron, is now 18, a 6'7" college student living at Trump Tower and attending New York University. During the campaign, Barron advised his dad on which podcast to do.
I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard about. Dad, that guy is hot.
The author of Melania's unauthorized biography called The Art of Her Deal says Melania Trump is protective of Barron and doesn't want him in the limelight.
She says it's dangerous, especially after the assassination attempt, and she thinks he's too young for the rough and tumble of politics.
Since leaving the White House in 2021, Melania herself has rarely appeared with her husband. They're at the convention, but not speaking, and a surprise appearance at that rally in Madison Square Garden.
Please welcome our next Commander-in-Chief, my husband, President Donald J. Trump.
The big unanswered question, will the First Lady live in Washington or stay in New York?
I think it'll be very much like it was the last time. When she wants to be in the White House, she'll be there. But when she didn't feel like it, she just disappeared.
Melania Trump speaks about the mental and physical well-being of children and may try to reinvent her Be Best initiative.
There is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
Donald Trump Jr. and his fiancée, Kimberly Guilfoyle, are widely expected to continue as surrogates for the president, with Eric Trump managing more of the Trump business and his wife, Laura, a co-chair of the Republican National Committee. And don't forget the Gen Z Trumps.
I'm a Trump too.
Trump's granddaughter, Kai, made her debut at the Republican National Convention, her grandfather beaming.
10 grandkids right now for Mr. Trump, but there is another on the way. President-elect Trump announced during a campaign event on October 10th that his daughter Tiffany Trump is pregnant, expecting her first child. We don't know the exact timing, but guys, there could be a brand new member of the large Trump clan very soon.
A lot of Trumps.
Yeah.
A lot of Trumps, Kate. So that was fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. All right, joining us now, Mark Lauder, who served as the Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020 campaign. Mark, good morning. Good to see you. A lot of people woke up this morning, and some were surprised because President Trump, now President-elect Trump, is 5 million up in the popular vote. He did very, very well in the Electoral College. Were you surprised by what happened overnight?
Not really. I think some of the polls had started to show it. I thought we saw the demographic shifts happening. The question was, do you believe the polls? Did you believe that they had corrected for like underpolling in previous years? So there was always that bit of hesitation. But if things held the way we thought they would, it turned out this way. Also, the reason why I think he went to New Jersey, New York, California, when other than helping House candidates, I think he secretly wanted this national popular vote because that's where you're going to get it.
You know, you know the president better than most. We all saw and heard and read what the first 4 years were like in the Trump administration. Do you think it's reasonable to expect that his second term will mirror that, or do you think that he's going to take things that he's learned, perhaps, and from that first term and apply them in a second term?
I think he will, because I think he actually took the campaigns. The 2016 campaign, I was on that. I was on the 2020 campaign. And I would tell you that the 2024 campaign was kind of the best parts of both. It had the professionalism of the 2020 campaign, but it had that tight-knit group led by Chris Lasavidas, Susie Wiles, who did such a great job. And so they had the kind of the guerrilla mentality.
He brought it out last night.
He did. But he had the guerrilla mentality of the 2016 campaign with the professionalism of the 2020 campaign. And so I would expect that he would take the lessons learned both in people, in who you can trust, how you can manage things, and really the dynamics and the news cycles, the up and down cycles of Washington, D.C. It has its own rhythm to it.
He's made some promises of what he wants to do, even in his first week. He talked about mass deportations. He talked about ending the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Do you think he will stick to those things?
Well, I don't speak for the former president or his transition. I mean, I think he'll give it a shot. I mean, with mass deportations, that's really getting ICE back to doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I think, everything that I've heard, again, I don't speak for him, is going to focus on those who already have been ordered to be removed by the courts and those who are criminal aliens who have convictions and those kinds of things. That's the easiest and probably the best place to start to make our community safer. And then I'm sure there will be some discussions at the appropriate times on the foreign policy side, with the full knowledge that obviously you take the reins on January 20th.
We got 10 seconds left. What job in the administration are you taking?
A nap right now.
A lot of people are taking that.
Well played, Mark.
Mark, thank you, honey.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
We're back with more of our ongoing election coverage coming up right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Nguyen.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zingbaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
and what matters here at home.
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Still ahead, we are waiting to hear from Vice President Harris for the first time since her Election Day defeat. We will have a live report from the White House.
Plus, much more on the issues and the gender gap that propelled Donald Trump to victory. We will break it all down. But first, a check of your local news and weather.
Iran. From Israel. From Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good Wednesday morning, everyone. Americans waking up to a political shockwave overnight.
A return to power for Donald Trump, elected the 47th president of the United States. Good morning. It's November 6th, and this is Today. A red wave.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
Former President Trump, now the president-elect, dominating the swing states to seal an historic return to the White House.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Trump's path to victory driven by issues like the economy, a surge in support from Hispanic voters, and a gender gap led by young men.
This is my first time voting at all.
Republicans also scoring major upsets to seize control of the Senate.
This is a new dawn of Republican leadership.
This morning, we'll break everything down. What went right for Trump and the GOP, what went wrong for Harris and the Democrats, and what it all means for America's future. Today, Wednesday, November 6th, 2024.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today, Decision 2024.
Good Wednesday morning, guys. 7 a.m. on the West Coast, 10 a.m. here in the East. We're so happy you're with us. We actually are rolling on with a special edition of Today because it's the morning after the election. Savannah's catching some Z's, yes. Well-deserved after doing her coverage all night and into the morning. And Jenna is home resting at 10.
Yes. It's a valid point.
Yeah. All right. The nation, Wall Street, the world, all now reacting to the news that Donald Trump will make an historic return to the White House. The former president, now the president-elect once again. NBC News projecting he has eclipsed the 270 Electoral College votes.
And take a look at this path to victory. It's a bit surprising to a lot of folks. Trump busting through that blue wall, winning both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Michigan at this hour, still too close to call. Mr. Trump also carried the South, including the key swing states of Georgia and North Carolina. The president-elect claiming victory during a speech at his watch party at Florida overnight, saying voters have given him a, quote, powerful mandate for his agenda over the next 4 years.
Also this morning, we are closely watching that battle for Congress. We can tell you that Republicans will control the Senate after flipping several seats. No surprise there. The House at this point, and perhaps for weeks to come, still up for grabs. We're covering all of this morning. Let's begin with NBC's Garrett Haake, who is with the Trump campaign. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning to you. And Donald Trump's victory in this campaign was as complete as it was stunning. Even he seemed somewhat surprised by it last night. But you have a campaign in which he knocked out President Biden over the summer, overcoming Kamala Harris last night by winning at least 2 out of the 3 of those so-called blue wall Democratic states. And now we'll have the first president in more than 100 years serving non-consecutive terms. Mr. Trump returning to Washington with what he calls a powerful and unprecedented mandate.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Overnight, a stunning victory for Donald Trump, with NBC News projecting the 45th president is now set to serve again as the nation's 47th.
This will truly be the golden age of America.
The former president flipping back critical battlegrounds he lost in 2020, celebrating his victory with supporters in the early morning hours.
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Trump trading in his often fiery rhetoric, instead calling for unity.
It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite, and we're going to try.
Though notably not mentioning President Biden or Vice President Harris or their supporters in his remarks. instead focusing on his next term with a Republican-controlled Senate.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
On stage with his family, Trump also touting several high-profile allies, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who he said will have a role in his next administration, and spending several minutes praising billionaire Elon Musk, who spent tens of millions of dollars supporting Trump's campaign.
We have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Running mate J.D. Vance also taking the stage.
We just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
The former president winning with a coalition driven by white voters, men, and first-time voters, a group he lost in 2020 but won this year.
They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful.
During the campaign, Trump had focused heavily on immigration, painting the immigration debate in dark terms.
Black voters are furious with Kamala over illegal immigration. It's destroying their communities.
His support with black and Latino voters higher in key swing states. Latino men in particular flocking to Trump, favoring him by a 10-point margin after backing Joe Biden by 23 points 4 years ago. The economy also a major focus, tying Harris to incumbent President Biden, also seeming to pay off with voters in the all-important Midwest states.
Think about this. This isn't the Republican Party of old. President Trump has completely remade the Republican Party to be the party of the working class.
And looks ahead to leading a divided country.
We're going to help our country heal.
At 78, Trump will also be the oldest president ever elected and the only one with a felony conviction. Now, remember, he still has several other criminal cases pending against him, although some of those, at least, are likely to be dismissed by a Justice Department that he will soon control. Now the focus shifts to a transition, staffing up a cabinet and a White House, goals that will be simpler with that new Republican Senate that will join him in D.C. next year. Craig, Hoda.
All right, Garrett Haake for us there in West Palm. Garrett, thank you.
Meanwhile, the co-chair of the Harris campaign talked to her supporters overnight, saying that the vice president will address the nation at some point today. NBC's Monica Alba joins us now from the White House. Monica, first of all, any guidance on when we might hear from Vice President Harris?
Well, we do expect Vice President Harris to address the nation and her supporters from Howard University later today, Craig. But before that, she is also expected to call President-elect Trump to concede this race. Of course, she was supposed to make it to that site, her alma mater, that university in Washington, D.C., overnight, but she never arrived there, given the fact that they were still waiting for some of those results to roll in before deciding to address the nation today instead. And I'm told she is currently working on her speech and her address, and the timing is still fluid. But it's notable here as well that President Biden plans to also call President-elect Trump at some point today, I'm told. And he will also address the nation at some point about the election results. And we're still waiting to hear exactly when that is going to take place as well. But he will be taking an approach to Donald Trump's victory in many senses in a way that he will try to do the things that back when Donald Trump lost in 2020 and Joe Biden won in 2020 didn't take place. So we will see President Biden call to congratulate him, invite him to the White House, and he plans to attend his inauguration, the White House has said. So that is a really important moment here in Washington in terms of what comes next for this historic day. But we are also expecting really the president to take the vice president's lead. And she is somebody who has said that she will respect the rule of law and the outcome here, which is something that she will talk about when she does speak later today. And we know for now that the staffers at the Wilmington, Delaware headquarters, which is left over from when President Biden was at the top of the ticket, are going to be convening and likely heading to Washington for her final speech. And then there will also be a message of urging this calm and acceptance of the results, which we expect to hear from both the president and the vice president. Hoda.
All right, Monica, thank you so much. What do you say we fire up the big board once again and crunch the latest numbers with NBC's national political correspondent, Steve Kornacki. So, Steve, there were a bunch of surprises overnight. One of them is the youth vote traditionally goes to the Democrats. Not so much in this one.
Yeah, big movement here. Let's call up the exit polls from last night. Take a look. Okay. Voters under 30. And we got here a comparison to what happened last night and what happened 4 years ago. So last night, now, Democrats still won. We say Democratic candidate because it was Harris last night, Biden in 2020. So Harris wins the youth vote by 13 points. But 4 years ago, Joe Biden won it by 24 points. So basically got cut in half. And the other interesting part about this is overall, we had a gender gap last night, but it wasn't as big as people were expecting it to be. But it was massive among the youngest voters. Among men under 30, Harris won by 2 points. Wow. Among women under 30, Harris won by 36 points. So the gender gap is growing among the youngest group of voters. Overall, less Democratic, but look at that gap.
Thought it was also interesting that in the last election, Biden won women by a larger margin than Harris won women in this election.
Yeah.
That's the case?
And it's not just that. In the last election, too, that share that Biden had among women, it was a bigger margin with women than Trump had with men. Last night, it was a wash. Trump won men by 10. Harris won women by 10.
Let's look back at the board and let's talk about Texas for a second, because Texas was one of those states that some Democrats were thinking maybe we can make some inroads here. What happened?
Yeah, Democrats had two hopes in Texas. In their dream night, they were going to win Texas in the presidential race. And not only did that not happen, but this for Trump, just check this out compared to what happened 4 years ago. Trump won here by less than 6 points in 2020. He more than doubled that margin in Texas. But what Democrats were really hoping for out of Texas last night was they really don't like Ted Cruz, Senator Ted Cruz. They thought they could unseat him last night. The polling had been closer in that race than in the presidential, and it was closer than the presidential. I'll take this one off just so you can see there. But Cruz does win this thing comfortably in the end. You know, one of the things in Texas, we'll put the presidential results back up there. One of the things that powered Trump and Republicans, Cruz included, look down here, you know, deep South Texas along the border. You see a lot of red in here. These are overwhelmingly Hispanic counties. I just want to show you, back in 2016 when Trump first came on the stage, this was all blue in here. He has turned the border red.
You can see what happened. Let's talk about Iowa, because there was that big Des Moines Register poll that said, wow, it looks like Harris is actually winning in this red state. Everybody was shocked. People were saying, are there going to be more Iowas out there? Actually, Iowa stayed red.
Yeah, and there were more Iowas out there, just not in the direction people were thinking, I would say. You know, what was in that poll that got so much attention? The pollster had a great track record. That's why people were saying, maybe there's something here. The story behind it in those numbers was there was incredible movement among women in the suburbs, independent women, senior women, that was going to power. We thought maybe connected to abortion, but I'll tell you what, Dallas County, this is the classic suburban county right outside Des Moines. And I can show you, Trump wins there. And again, it ends up being better for Trump this time than last time. If anything like that poll had been happening, this would have been a landslide or a big win for Harris there.
And Steve, we still have some states we haven't called. When do you expect that we might see some movement with those?
Yeah, so let's call up the national map here. I think the most immediate one potentially is in Michigan. You can see here it's about a 90,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. And I can tell you what we're waiting on mainly is coming out of Wayne County. This is Detroit. This is massive population-wise. We may get some clarity there today. The issue in Nevada and especially in Arizona, I'll just show you the results there. In Nevada, Trump does have a pretty strong 5-point advantage. They have vote by mail that can continue to come in, get counted. You know, that could take a bit. And in Arizona, you know, again, this is a good position for Trump to be in, but they do release big batches of that vote by mail over days now. So you want to see what that starts to look like, too.
All right, Steve, thanks so much. Craig, over to you.
I want for a closer look at the campaign and what transpired at the polls yesterday. We want to welcome in Simone Sanders Townsend. She's the co-host of The Weekend on MSNBC. She also served as the chief spokesperson and senior advisor for Vice President Harris. I know you've been up all night as well, so thank you so much for your time. I mean, you know the vice president better than a lot of folks. You're still quite plugged into that staff, to that team. First of all, what's going on behind the scenes right now? I know we expect to hear from her in a few hours. What can you tell us about what might be happening behind the scenes?
So I will say that and this is par for course for the vice president, you know, she did not
obviously, as we know, go out to speak last night at Howard University because she was not there. She was off-site with her family. And she didn't have a big meeting with a lot of people. It was a small group of people that were talking with her last night, still a small group of people of her trusted advisors that were speaking with her today. And it's my understanding that, first of all, when they went to bed last night, I don't know if the team actually believed that they could not overcome the gap. There was still a thought that there was still a path because they thought that there were more votes coming out of Pennsylvania. And to be very clear, there's still some votes left in Pennsylvania, but the gap was just too large for the vice president specifically to overcome. Bob Casey may lose may lose in the state, and he is very well liked. So I think now when they woke up this morning, early this morning, there was a realization that, okay, it's not happening. What is the cadence of this? And what we are seeing right now behind the scenes is them figuring out what the cadence is going to be and what she is going to say. And her team feels like she ran a good race. And I've talked to a number of Democrats today, and me, myself, knowing her, I also think the vice president specifically, she left it all on the field. She campaigned very, very hard.
So the reality is, and again, the House hasn't been called yet. Republicans are going to win the Senate. Trump's going back to the White House. He's going to win the popular vote. It looks like he may very well reach 300 in the Electoral Vote College. It would seem to be about more than Vice President Harris's campaign. We just saw Steve digging into those numbers on youth voters, on women voters. There's going to be an autopsy. You've been a part of the Democratic Party for a long time. What does your party have to do to figure out how their message can resonate with more voters?
I've talked to a lot of the local strategists this morning. They've been on my phone, and the state elected officials, like state representatives in Pennsylvania to be specific. And from Pennsylvania to Wisconsin to Michigan, they've all said the same thing to me. Some version of, look, we don't want to be Monday morning quarterbacks or Wednesday morning quarterbacks at this point, to be clear, but that they felt some indications of this. Particularly one strategist who is very connected within the party apparatus in Pennsylvania said to me yesterday, they were speaking to a gentleman, and the gentleman, she said she didn't know a person in Pennsylvania, Black specifically, who had not seen that ad, that Kamala Harris is for they and they, them, and not us. And that resonated. They put a lot of money behind those ads. And so the perception that people had is that across the board is that Democrats, the they, them ads worked, and they're paying, $100 for groceries, and it's a little bit less. And the question that some of these voters had, according to the strategists on the ground, said, hey, well, that's what they're focused on. They're not focused on me. So I think that the autopsy and some of the soul searching is about how can the message break through, because the idea that, the Democrats don't have an economic agenda, right, that speaks to some of these working people is actually not true. But did the people feel it is the difference.
We got to get to whether, but to be clear, the ad that we're talking about is this ad that featured radio DJ, popular guy, Charlamagne the God, his sidekick, using Kamala Harris's own words, talking about using federal funds for transgender surgery. So
and that broke through in all of the states, because every Republican campaign was running those kind of ads in these key races.
Simone, thank you.
Thank you, Simone. Good to see you. All right, we got a lot more ahead, and we first, though, want to get a check of the weather. And for that, we say good morning to you, sir. Hello, Mr. Roker.
Guys, and good morning to you. And right now, out west, because it's been so dry and windy, we got a strong Santa Ana wind event going on. 53 million people at risk from Las Vegas down to Blythe, where we have wind advisories as well. So for today, we're looking at sunshine, 71 in San Francisco, Medford, some fog, and 59, partly sunny in Los Angeles, 75 degrees, Salt Lake City, 44, and we've got a pretty good area of snow starting to develop. We're going to be watching this in the Rockies today. We'll look for more snow. That's basically all that's going on. We're going to get to your local forecast in the next 30 seconds.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating.
Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Guys.
All right, Al, thank you so much. Coming up, from the gender gap to massive gains with Hispanic voters and the support of Elon Musk. We're going to break down the keys to President-elect Trump's decisive victory.
Also, we've seen stocks soar at this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. The economy, of course, one of the deciding factors for a lot of voters. So we're going to take a closer look at the role of higher prices and inflation, the role that those things play in driving voters to the polls nationwide. But first, this is Today on NBC. Still ahead here, the world's reaction now pouring in.
How the results are playing with people and leaders overseas and what it could mean for the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine. We've got it all covered. But first, a check of your local news.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up, and really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up, and really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now it's 10:30 on the East Coast, 7:30 out west. It's a Wednesday morning. The nation waking up, some already awake, a brand new reality in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump securing the 270 plus electoral votes needed to return to the White House.
And with that, Trump becomes just the second president to win non-consecutive terms after a fellow named Grover Cleveland did it some 132 years ago.
I kind of think Grover Cleveland should be a drinking game. We've said his name so many times during this coverage.
There's a look at the map right now. President-elect Trump sitting at 276 electoral votes, Wisconsin, putting him over the top earlier this morning. Several states, including Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, several of those states are still too close to call.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a look at the Senate. Republicans will retake the upper chamber of Congress. No surprise there. They flipped seats in West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. And as for the House, this could take weeks to sort out. Republicans do hold a lead at this moment, but there are still dozens of races left to be called.
All right, we have shown you the latest results. Now let's take a closer look at the voters who put President-elect Trump over the top. NBC's Sam Brock is in Asheville, North Carolina. This is Western North Carolina. This is a city that we've been talking about a lot of the last few weeks because still very much recovering from Hurricane Helene. Sam, good morning to you.
Yeah, Craig Hoda. Good morning to you, and also great turnout here, about 75% in Buncombe County where we are. So that's a storyline, but another one of the enduring has been framework for this is that the Trump campaign guys made a bet that they could lure enough young male voters who had never cast a ballot before to tip the scales of the election. Well, it turns out that gamble paid off handsomely as Trump is now the president-elect. This morning, President Trump's campaign celebrating a major strategic victory.
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
The former president's outreach to male voters seemingly paying off. In 2020 and 2016, about 4 in 10 men under 30 supported him. Yesterday, nearly half cast a ballot for Trump. Among men who turned out for the first time, 62% supporting Trump, while 36% supported Harris. The Trump campaign has taken an unconventional approach, including appearances with unconventional media figures popular with male voters. Trump even saying he consulted his son Barron for advice.
A little bit. I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard about.
And a key late campaign appearance on top podcaster Joe Rogan's show.
I'm doing really well in the polls. But I think that's so. This week I happen to believe in a verse. I only believe if they're good. No, I like them this month.
Rogan later endorsing Trump. Democrats pushing for support from women who went for Harris by 54% according to exit polls, but still not enough to carry her to the finish line. The Trump campaign also bringing on prominent supporters who leaned into that gender divide.
When Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking.
Part of Trump's outreach, one of his biggest boosters, billionaire Elon Musk.
He's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses.
Who contributed tens of millions of dollars in an effort to get Trump back in the White House. Musk focusing on a get out the vote push, appearing by Trump's side on the campaign trail.
This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech.
And a controversial plan offering $1 million checks to registered voters who were willing to sign a petition supporting the First and Second Amendments. But Musk, now part of the inner circle, spending election night at Mar-a-Lago with Trump. The Trump campaign telling NBC News that Trump wants Musk to lead a commission on government efficiency. As he celebrates, Trump may be bringing the world's richest man to the White House.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Here in Battleground, North Carolina, guys, women outnumbered men by more than 550,000 registered votes, and yet, or voters, I should say, and yet dipped by 3% overall in terms of their voting based against 2020. All right, so you saw that drop. You widen the scope now. According to NBC News exit polls, Kamala Harris captured 54% of the vote for women. That's down from 57% for Biden 4 years ago. Craig, back to you.
Sam Brock Force there in Western North Carolina. Sam, thank you.
Hallie Jackson, Kristen Welker, this is your final hit with us. We're so happy to see you guys.
Make it a good one.
All right, so everyone's doing the forensics on what happened here. And if you look at Biden's approval ratings, they were in the 30s. She was his VP. Is there anything you can think of that she could have done differently that might have shifted what we see here?
The one thing I think that will be scrutinized as Democrats look back at this race is her inability to firmly do two things. Say, this is what I'm going to do on day one, and to very clearly lay out, this is why my presidency is going to be different than Joe Biden. Here are specific things that I'm going to tick off for you. Now, she did name some things, to be fair, but some people wanted to see a break. For example, to come out and say, yes, we should have done more on the border. To say something firmer like that. And I think that's going to be scrutinized. Now, I don't know if that would have made a difference in the overall outcome, but I certainly think it could have, given the numbers and Biden's unpopularity.
There was some Democratic, I think, concern, too, about this sort of shift that she made about a month and change ago toward casting former President Trump, President-elect Trump now, as this sort of ominous, larger-than-life threat to democracy. When the fascism stuff came out from his former chief of staff, John Kelly, describing him as a fascist. Her on Charlemagne saying, as he described it, and her agreeing with that description. And that, I think, raised some eyebrows because that was President Biden's strategy, and it didn't get him very far in his own race, polling showed. She came into the top of the ticket. She had this message of joy, of hope, of fresh face, of change, et cetera. You saw her actually pivot away from that in those final closing days in the race. So, again, question mark, would it have made a difference? But it is something that came up.
I want to pick up where Sam left off. And we were just talking about this number, and it may change a little over the next few days as votes continue to be counted. Biden won women by 57%. Harris underperforms at 54%. Joe Biden won more female voters than the female candidate for president. It would seem. I want to raise, and I'm the only guy at the table, I want to raise a question here. Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris. How much of this is just old-fashioned sexism? How much of this is just old-fashioned misogyny? A lot of guys not being comfortable with the idea of a woman running America.
It's hard, I think, to quantify that. There will be people who will argue that certainly played into this moment. There's no doubt about that. But we did see this gender divide. What we saw, in addition to Harris underperforming with women, was Trump overperforming with men and young men, those men who typically don't turn out to vote. Low propensity men.
So we thought about that. What's up, Jeopardy?
He did a better job at getting out those voters at the end of the day. And I think that's part of what Democrats are going to look at and what they have called what needs to be a reckoning.
She didn't lean into what of her presidency. And it was in my conversation with her about 10 days ago. I asked her about that. I said, because she talked about this in her run 4 years ago, that it was the elephant in the room, that were people ready for a woman of color to be president? And I said, do you still think it's the elephant in the room? Is America ready for this? And she said, yes, I absolutely believe America is ready for a woman president. You'll note, though, that she didn't wrap herself in that language the way that Hillary Clinton did in 2016. And if you notice me scrambling on my phone, it's because my last brain cell forgot this stat that I wanted to tell you on the gender gap. Which is, well, yes, to your point, Craig, she underperformed where President Biden was with women overall. It was white college women. She got by 20 points. That's significant. Why? Because it speaks to not just the gender gap, but Hoda, what we talked about earlier, the education gap here, right? College-educated voters versus working-class voters. That is where you are seeing this growing divide.
There was an ad that ran repeatedly that we've been talking about. It was the ad about should prisoners get transgender reassignment surgery. And that ad was on in every football game, everywhere. We had someone who was with the Harris campaign on earlier, and she kind of put her finger on that. That may have been one of the biggest turns for her.
Absolutely. And I think that the Harris campaign didn't directly answer it. She didn't directly answer it when she was asked this question over and over again. And it's the culture wars that we are seeing play out that Democrats are still struggling with how exactly to deal with it. And when Democrats take a step back and they say, boy, we really missed the mark last night, part of what they are acknowledging is that they're failing to meet voters where they are and to answer some of those critical questions that voters have, whether it be on a cultural issue like that or on the economy.
I'm old enough to remember a time where folks took to the streets to demand that we defund the police. Where there were the squad was all the rage in the House. Was there an overcorrection? Did Democrats, did they overcorrect? And I hate to use the term because it's become so perverted now, but was this a referendum on wokeism?
So you're bringing up something super interesting because when she got into this race, when she was thrust into this race, when President Biden stepped off the ticket, one of the things that came up immediately was the way she had moved away from these positions, some of them that she had taken back in the 2019 era when she was running in the primary here. And what's interesting about the gender gap, the education gap, the age gap is these young voters, right? This is a left of center group on climate, on healthcare, on some of these issues. They want to see a lot done, right? We talk a lot about this sort of young, hungry Gen Z generation on the Democratic side. This question, is the Democratic Party to the left enough of where the party is? At the same time, look at what Donald Trump just did. He got 70 million plus and counting votes, likely to win the popular vote by reaching out to working class voters and connecting with them. So I think these are all, like I said it a little bit earlier, we don't really have all the answers yet, right? It's 10:40 on election post morning. Like this will come.
And I think that's the debate within the Democratic Party that's going to unfold. How do they move? Do they move further to the left or further to the center?
All right. Ladies, nappy time.
Okay. We'll take it.
You guys did a great job on coverage. Thanks again, guys. Rest well.
They're not going to take a nap. You're not napping. You're not sleeping. I know.
Maybe a few minutes.
When we come back, we're going to turn our attention to Wall Street's reaction to President-elect Trump's historic victory. And we'll do that with Christine Romans right after this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Takeaways and the impact that we're already seeing on Wall Street this morning. NBC's senior business correspondent, Christine Romans. Christine, the last time we checked in with you, stocks were soaring.
Yep.
Is that still the case?
Booming this morning. You're seeing the stock market just erupt higher here. 1,291 points. It's a 3% rally. And there are even some stock indices that are doing even better than that, because the idea here in the very early hours of this euphoria about a second Trump administration, he will cut taxes a lot for big business, and he will cut regulations a lot for all business, and that would allow companies to make more money. And of course, on Wall Street, that's a reflection of how much money companies make. So at least now, they're not talking about trade wars and tariffs and things that could be politically troublesome and economically troublesome down the road. They're just focusing here on this early euphoria.
Leading up to this election, people were feeling very crummy about the economy, inflation, this shrinkflation, all the inflations you told us about. They were upset about it, and it was reflected in the polls.
I think a smaller bag of chips was a really big player. Honestly, in this election, people felt lousy about the economy. 45% of people said their financial situation is worse today than 4 years ago. So let me just zoom out. That's bigger than the last 5 elections, presidential elections. That's bigger than the Great Recession, when actually people were losing their jobs, factories were closing, foreclosures were happening on all these American neighborhoods, and you had a stock market that actually tanked more than 20%. So that's not happening now in the economy. We're not in a recession, but that's how people feel. People feel as though they're in a terrible recession because of higher prices. And Donald Trump messaged on this consistently.
Right.
Even when he got off message and tried to stick with inflation and immigration, he really did remind people they feel bad, even though, reality check, that blue line there, that blue line is your wages. The red line is inflation. So people's purchasing power has been improving, but nobody believes it.
Perception.
And he's very good at that. He's very good at that.
Christine, thank you.
Nice to see you.
The economy is just one of the challenges that President-elect Trump will face. The wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine are also high on the list, which we're happy to have with us NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Right here in Studio 1A, Donald Trump has made a pledge. He wants to end wars. He doesn't like wars, he said. He said it when he gave his victory speech. How do you see this playing out?
Well, I've been speaking to people since yesterday and today as well, and there's really a mixed reaction. Certain countries believe that they could work with Donald Trump, that they believe in his vision. They like that he's kind of transactional. One phone call, one person, one time, you get a decision at the end of the line. Not necessarily the way that democracies generally work. Generally, it's sort of a top-down system, the way businesses work or authoritarian regimes work or families work, or not necessarily democratic institutions, but ones that are more centrally organized. So Russia seems to be quite excited about this. Saudi Arabia, UAE, there's going to be a pro-Trump alliance. Also, many African countries are quite pleased about this result, because a lot of African countries have a similar kind of one-man show system. They feel that they can negotiate with him, deal with him. They like the kind of the tough guy persona.
What about Europe?
Europe is very nervous. A lot of European democracies, traditional American allies, are very nervous. I did hear in conversations the word fascist used several times. People are asking me, do Americans understand what they've just gotten themselves into? He's not going to necessarily be like he was during his first term. He's much more empowered. He's much more confident. He's not going to be surrounded by people who are trying to rein him in. He's gotten rid of all of the guardrails and probably would get rid of anyone trying to.
Doesn't have to be concerned about re-election at all.
No, not necessarily. So I would say European countries are deeply concerned. They're concerned about NATO, and they're concerned about the reliability of him as a partner. But you mentioned in the intro, Ukraine. Ukraine is terrified. Ukraine has the most to lose immediately. The American support, international support, but what really it's been American support driving Ukraine's counteroffensive, allowing Ukraine to keep going with the war. That could dry up very quickly. And if it dries up, Ukraine will be forced to the negotiating table and forced to accept terms which it has not been willing to accept. Now, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe Ukraine needs to be forced to the table and needs to accept terms. But the reality for Ukraine is going to change very, very dramatically, and for many of the Ukrainian soldiers, change in a profoundly disturbing way.
Your insight's always so valuable.
Thank you.
Well, we'll be talking a lot because this is the biggest story in the world. Just over the last 24 hours, I've been speaking with lots and lots of people, and is the only thing anyone's talking about.
Thank you, Richard. We appreciate you being here. Coming up, we're going to have much more on the election coming up right after this.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
We are back with our ongoing coverage on this morning after one of the most anticipated elections in American history.
Donald Trump, the nation's 45th president, winning in decisive fashion to become the president-elect for a second term. We do want to bring in Hogan Gidley, who serves as White House Deputy Press Secretary under Trump's first term. Good morning to you.
First of all,
good morning,
Hogan. Good to see you again, my friend. Congratulations to you. First of all, I mean, listen, you know the president-elect better than a whole lot of people. You spent a lot of time with him over the years. What can we expect in a second administration that may perhaps be different than President Trump 1.0?
Well, I don't know that you're going to see too much different, except the record-setting successes you saw 4 years ago. I think he understands the building. He understands Washington, D.C. a whole lot better. I think he's going to move at a quicker pace. It looks like we're on track right now to actually take the House and the Senate. So we have unified government. That means, he can move a lot quicker on some of the issue items that so many of the American people care about. But the fact is, this is clearly a mandate. Winning the popular vote, the Electoral College in a landslide at this point. The American people wanted change. They wanted to be able to afford gas and groceries. Donald Trump spoke to that. They wanted a closed southern border with rational, sane border policy. Donald Trump spoke to that. And the beauty of his campaign this time is that he could point to things he had already done as president. These weren't things in the abstract. He could say, we did these things before, we'll do it again. And that was his closing message.
Yeah, you say that he won a mandate. So if you were to list his top 3 things that he wants to do right away, what would those be?
Absolutely, taxes and the economy, getting that back on track. So many in this country have been crippled by the last 4 years, not being able to afford basic needs. Cost of living is way up. The price of housing, of course, and rent and car payments all up because of the inflationary policies of this administration. But the border as well. I mean, I think it's pretty clear he wants to secure that southern border and protect American citizens from people who don't have a right to be in this country. We take in over 1 million people every year into America. Donald Trump says he's fine with that, but they have to do it the right way, the legal way. So those are 2 things he's going to do right off the bat. But in addition, I heard Peter talking about this in the previous segment. He's going to talk to foreign leaders as well to try to prevent the world from burning. So many wars breaking out on this current president's watch. He wants to put an end to that and make the world a safer place. So more peace, more prosperity under Donald Trump.
Hogan Gidley working in the second administration as well. Have you already committed?
Well, you have to get asked first, Craig, so we'll see what happens.
All right, Hogan. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Coming up, we're going to look ahead. What you can expect to see from President-elect Trump during his first 100 days in office this time around, to your question, Hoda. Also, what will Vice President Harris say when she addresses the country a few hours from now? That.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating.
Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today, Decision 2024.
Welcome back. It's 8 a.m. on the West Coast, 11 a.m. here in the East. A long election night stretching into a long morning and soon a long afternoon. Results are still rolling in from the presidential election.
Yes, Savannah did a fantastic job of bringing those initial results to us. So much so that she is getting a much-deserved rest at this hour. But, folks, again, the bottom line, Donald Trump, once again, the president-elect of the United States.
It was Wisconsin that put him over the threshold of 270 electoral votes. NBC News calling that race just after 5 a.m. Eastern. Trump also right now leading in the popular vote. We are covering every aspect of the race, as well as the fight for the control of Congress. Let us begin with NBC's Dasha Burns. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning. It was a commanding win for a candidate and a campaign that was anything but conventional. Former and now future President Trump taking his message of a broken nation to places and people that Republicans rarely reach. His campaign felt that his base was rock solid, so the strategy was really to try to expand the electorate. They zeroed in specifically on Black and Latino voters and young men, and now the data shows that is likely what helped him win in rural areas, run up his margins in urban areas, and have what is now likely his most successful and third run for president. So far, he has claimed the battlegrounds that we have called. We're still waiting on Arizona, Nevada, and Michigan, but he could be on track, guys, to break that blue wall and go into the White House with what he described last night as a mandate to make some major changes across government, from foreign policy to health care. Last night, shouting out Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is poised to play a big role in public health. Also calling out and calling Elon Musk, the tech mogul, a star, saying a star is born. Musk poured millions of his own dollars into helping the former president win. And now the transition period begins. The Trump campaign has a team in place that's already been working on that, but that work now gets supercharged as the president-elect starts to dig in. Guys.
All right, Dasha, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris canceled her planned speech at an election night party. She will address the nation today. In fact, we've got some breaking news on some timing with regards to that. NBC's Monica Alba standing by at the White House. Monica, hearing now from the vice president's team that she is going to speak at 4 p.m. This afternoon at her alma mater, Howard, there in Northwest D.C. Any idea what we can expect to hear from her?
Well, that is the plan, Craig. The vice president will address her supporters, and she will address the nation, of course, after not arriving to Howard University overnight. That appearance was supposed to be a sentimental and a meaningful one, given it is her alma mater. And instead, she will be back there later today to talk about the election results. And I'm told she is crafting her speech right now. She is at the Naval Observatory, which is her residence in Washington, D.C., and she will accept these results. And she is also expected to call President-elect Trump and formally concede the race a short time from now. That is something that her team has said she will do, and that is something that not only she will be doing, but we expect that President Biden will be doing as well, that he will call President-elect Trump to congratulate him, and that he will, in a sense, do all of the things that Donald Trump did not do for him when Joe Biden won the White House in 2020. So he will make that outreach today. He will invite him to Washington, and he will also plan to attend his inauguration in January. That's something the White House has said. But I have to tell you, Craig, overall, this was just such a stinging defeat for the vice president and for Democrats. And last night, the mood started to shift pretty intensely, and it became a very dour situation. And so today it will be notable to hear from both the vice president and president about their message to the country and urging all Americans at this moment to accept the results. Hoda.
All right, Monica, thank you. Let's go back to the big board and NBC national correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, okay, we still have a couple of states outstanding. We can see it right there, 276. Trump already over the top. Those numbers could go up.
Yeah, the question is, how high will they land? Most immediately, it is Michigan, where just about all the vote is in. The lead for Trump is 93,000. We're just trying, our decision desk is just trying to get clarity on exactly how much is left. It does not look like there are that many votes left. And, you know, what is there? Harris would have to be winning, you know, just about all of to overcome a gap like this. So you might see where this one is going, although it's not officially there yet. Also in Nevada, 93% of the vote. Now, one thing to keep in mind, vote by mail ballots can still come in there today and for a few more days out there. So this is a very good position for Trump to be in when you compare it to past Republicans, but there might be some more clarity needed there. Same case in Arizona here. Again, Trump with what's in so far, these are very good numbers for a Republican there, but there is still a lot, and it comes in days and gets reported out in days there.
Okay, all the video we saw on Election Day were long lines, winding all over the place. Turnout. How was turnout, and who did it help?
Yeah, it was very good is the headline. And in fact, we could take you through some of these battleground states we talk so much about. This total turnout here is just over what they got in 2020. Remember, 2020 was the record-shattering election for turnout. In Georgia, it went over. In North Carolina, not by much, but it's over in North Carolina, where it was. In Pennsylvania, it's not yet over, but it's getting close. In Michigan, not yet over, getting close. And in Wisconsin, it's over. The only issue is outside of the battleground states where they didn't have all the advertising, they didn't have all the candidates. It's not, in some of the other states, it's not necessarily keeping pace. So what you see overall nationally is actually about 140 million votes that we've now counted up. There's third-party candidates that get a couple million votes, too. Again, it was about 158 million was the turnout in 2020. It's still going to take them weeks in California, millions of more votes there. There's a lot more around the country. I don't know if it'll get to 158 where it was, but it looks like it's going to be awfully close.
So many divides among people. There are the gender divides, the age divides, and also class. How did class play into this?
Yeah, it's the changing coalitions of both parties. I don't think any state typifies this better than Wisconsin. What you see here with this Trump win, look at all the red on this map. And so many of these counties are rural counties. They're blue-collar counties. And Trump wins. These are landslide margins from these counties, 40, 50 points. Just to get in some perspective here, not that long ago, you only have to go back to when Barack Obama was the Democratic candidate. We can show you in 2008, sort of an eye test here. I'm going to show you what the map looked like in these rural blue-collar counties. Look at all that red. Here was Obama. Look at all that blue.
Wow.
Not that long ago, Democrats were competitive in rural blue-collar areas. Now they're getting absolutely blown out. And what that means for Democrats is in a state like Wisconsin and others, if they're going to have any chance, they really rely on the suburbs and the cities. You know, Dane County, where the University of Wisconsin is, that's the biggest one for Democrats. The city of Milwaukee, a couple other pockets that have, you know, La Crosse, Wisconsin, they have universities, they're college towns. Increasingly, that's what Democrats rely on to try to offset what are now massive losses everywhere else.
Wow. All right, Steve, very telling. We appreciate it. Craig, over to you.
All right, Hoda. Of course, the nation has been down this road before, roughly 8 years ago. Donald Trump set an ambitious agenda for his first 100 days in office after winning the White House back in 2016. What will his first 100 days look like this time around? Here's NBC's senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell.
Rare in American politics, a presidential sequel.
We're going to turn it around. And I'm asking you, dream big. The American dream, just dream big. We're bringing it back. This will be America's new golden age.
Heading back to the White House, Mr. Trump pledges to take swift and sweeping action to close the southern border and to deport millions of migrants here illegally.
We're going to stop the people from pouring into our border. We're going to have a mass deportation of criminals. We have to get the criminals out of our country.
The president-elect seized on fears about crime and vowed to take tough action.
We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve.
Beyond immigration, his broadest pitch is that he could lower prices and boost the economy. He said he would increase energy production to reduce consumers' day-to-day costs.
Your energy costs and grocery prices will come tumbling down, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
The centerpiece of his economic agenda is imposing tariffs to make the U.S. more competitive. But those taxes on imported goods are often passed on to consumers.
The most beautiful word in the dictionary to me is tariff.
Trump 2.0 is expected to include the still-to-be-defined influence of controversial figures. The world's richest man, Elon Musk, on cost-cutting, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on health, despite his anti-vaccine views and lack of scientific training.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. RFK Jr. He's going to help us on health and the health of women, and men, and children.
Another Trump term means an America First approach to foreign policy.
I will not send you to fight and die in a foolish, never-ending foreign war.
Mr. Trump, who favors strong men, touts his relationship with Putin.
I got along with Putin. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but I said, Vladimir, don't go in.
He has refused to say Ukraine should win that war and retain its sovereignty and territory.
I will end the war in Ukraine. Should have never happened.
His tough guy rhetoric and persona drove a gender gap, with more men supporting him. His political brand fortified by grievances. With a return to power, he said he would fire the special prosecutor, Jack Smith, putting a stop to the felony indictments against him related to January 6th and classified documents.
These are lunatics, by the way. They've weaponized the Justice Department against their political opponent.
A Trump second term will also be his chance to build his brand.
This will be the greatest movement, I think, in the history of the world, okay? Never been anything.
Kelly O'Donnell there, our senior White House correspondent.
Yeah, that was a great piece. Okay, on a day like today, it's important to put things into perspective. That is why we are so happy to be able to do this now with historian Jon Meacham. John, good morning. It's good to see you. Half of the country woke up this morning joyful, elated. Half of the country was despondent. If this were one of your beautiful books and you were to write the title of it, this chapter in American history, what would you call it?
Well, this is the age of Trump, and it's a little like Arthur Schlesinger wrote about the age of Roosevelt and the age of Jackson, and it's unquestionable that he is the dominant political force of the last decade. And what I would say to the 49% or so of folks who woke up thinking that this is a dark day, that this is now a test. It's now a test of citizenship. You cannot be for democracy only when you win. And a lot of us who have preached this sermon about the importance of constitutional mechanisms, about a democratic lowercase d ethos, have to practice that. And I'm pleased to see that it seems to me that people are, in fact, following the norms. To the 51% who woke up pleased that their vote had prevailed, I would say this. A lot of folks, we've talked about it, and I have consistently made the case that I worry that President Trump, the former and future President Trump, represents, by his actions and his words, a threat to the constitutional order that we are accustomed to. The test now is to prove us wrong. And I say what I'm about to say very advisedly. I pray that I have been wrong. And the only way to find out is to watch what unfolds and hope that what President Trump has said on the campaign trail and what he tried to do at the end of the 2020 elections, that those are the exceptions and not the rule. And the jury is out on that.
Professor Meacham, you know, I read everything you write, and you wrote something that came out on Election Day. There was that op-ed in the New York Times, and you just sort of alluded to the thesis there. But for folks who have not read it, you wrote in part, no similar figure in American history has ever had such a strong grip on so many. A second Trump presidency is an open invitation to chaos. It sounds like you still very much feel that way this morning. Is that a fair assessment?
It absolutely is, Craig. And I think that where we find ourselves, and I don't think this is a particularly radical thing to say, people who voted for Donald Trump are apparently comfortable with the threat of chaos. And that may be fine. Again, their vote counts as much, or in some states more than mine. This is not an attempt to undermine the decision that so many people made. What it is coming from someone who's not a partisan. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I have voted for presidents of both parties. So this is just coming from spending a lot of time thinking about dead people, which is what I do for a living. They like me more than living people, which is good. And so what comes out of that study, what comes out of that work, now several decades of it, is the sense that the system matters. And the system has not proven to be commensurate to, it hasn't proven to be up to, apparently, meeting the challenges that so many people have defined for politics. That's why President Trump is now the future President Trump again, is that people don't think that democracy has delivered for them. And so they want someone else in charge of it to see if it can deliver. That is exactly what America is supposed to do. We're supposed to debate, dissent, decide, and then adjudicate whether we want to continue on a certain course. That's what America did yesterday. It's what America tried to do in 2020, but President Trump tried to interrupt that. My prayer, again, is that that was an exception and not the rule. I'm not fully confident of that, but at this point, the success of a Trump administration, the success of the Congress, is the success of the country. And as a citizen and a father, I want us to thrive. I'm just concerned, and I don't think it's an unreasonable concern, that President Trump thrives less on order than on chaos. And I think that's what we have to watch.
All right, John Meacham, thank you for sharing with us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Whether your candidate wins or whether your candidate loses, I always find that John Meacham makes you feel at least a little bit better about either scenario.
I like how he says he feels more comfortable around dead people. All right.
We are following another major story this morning, not just politics. There's a hurricane threat, another hurricane threat for the Gulf Coast. Al is tracking that storm. He has today's forecast. Mr. Roker, good morning to you, sir.
Well, actually, we're going to start out west, where we've got red flag warnings, high wind warnings, wind advisories, 53 million people, a Santa Ana wind event. And out west, we've got clear skies. We could use some rain because those dry conditions combined with those winds causing big problems. Sunshine, Salt Lake City, 43, 73 in Santa Maria, San Francisco looking good at 72. We're going to get to your local forecast in the next 30 seconds.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And that's your latest weather. Guys?
All right, Al, thanks. Still ahead in the wake of Vice President Harris's defeat and the Republicans seizing control of the Senate, the blame game's already erupting inside the Democratic Party. So where does it lie? We're going to talk about all of that and more right here a little later. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Still ahead, we're going to take a moment to look back on the wild twists and turns from a lengthy election locked in a dead heat for months and now set to reshape America's future.
Yeah, we're going to have that and a lot more coming up. But first, a check of your local news and weather.
closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Oh, we're back. It's 11:30 here in New York City, 8:30 out west. Americans waking up to a political earthquake overnight. Donald Trump has won a second term.
And let's take a look at the latest numbers we have here at NBC News. The president-elect with 276 electoral votes this morning, and that is a number that is expected to grow. Several states still too close to call at this hour. But take a look at the popular vote here as well. President-elect Trump with a lead of about 5 million votes right now.
And now let's look at the national map with county by county results. A lot of red on that map, especially outside the major cities all across the country.
And now to Congress. Republicans will retake the Senate after flipping seats so far in West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. As for the lower chamber, it could take weeks to sort out Congress. Republicans holding a lead this morning, as you can see there, but there are still roughly 51 races still left to be called. We are getting some new reaction to those results from leaders from all around the world, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We're going to talk to our Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrew Mitchell in just a moment. But first, NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us now from his post in Israel. Raf, what are we hearing from the Prime Minister?
Hey, Craig, Prime Minister Netanyahu thrilled with this result, and far-right members of his government really made no secret that they were hoping Trump would win. Now that he has, they think it will lead to a more hawkish U.S. position on Iran and potentially less American pressure on Israel over the Palestinians. But they are also acutely aware that Trump has promised to end the war in the Middle East. And one Israeli official told me today they think it's possible Netanyahu will try to sign a ceasefire deal early in the new president's next term, trying to hand Trump a quick diplomatic victory. The Israeli government also concerns that the Biden administration, in its final days in office, could potentially step up pressure on Israel over Gaza. The White House has given Israel until next week to allow more aid into the Strip or face a potential cutoff in military support. The White House, the State Department, is saying so far that Israel is failing to meet that deadline. And Israel's enemies, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, also very closely following this result. Iran has said it is planning to strike back against Israel, potentially in the coming days. But that decision may be more complicated now that they know Trump is heading back to the White House. And just finally, the political scene here in Israel, very tense right now. Last night, while all eyes were on the voting in the U.S., Netanyahu fired his defense minister, a man he has clashed with publicly, who has called for a ceasefire in Gaza. That led to major protests on the streets of Tel Aviv, demonstrators calling for a deal to finally bring those hostages home. So the Middle East very much in flux right now as the main players try to figure out what this historic American election means for them. Craig.
Okay. Raf Sanchez, they're on the ground for us in Israel. Raf, thank you.
Joining us now, NBC's chief Washington correspondent and chief foreign affairs correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. Let's start there in Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu seems pleased with the results of the U.S. election.
Absolutely.
What would that mean for the war in Gaza?
Well, there is, in fact, a lot of reporting that Netanyahu was holding out for a Trump election, holding back on a ceasefire. And he met with Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago and publicly said, go all in on the war, finish them off. So there are no holds barred, no threat to, hold back U.S. weapons as is required under U.S. law, and fully embracing also going all in against Iran.
The other hotspot, of course, Ukraine right now, Andrew Mitchell. What do we surmise could happen there with a second Trump administration with regard to the war between Russia, or the invasion of Ukraine by Russia?
Exactly. Donald Trump has said he could solve it in one day, in 24 hours. He has embraced Vladimir Putin, not denied reports, credible reports, Bob Woodward and others, that he has talked to Putin many times since leaving the Oval Office. And he has said that Zelensky should be negotiating, so there'll be pressure on Zelensky to negotiate now, which means giving up territory. It was Donald Trump who pressured Senate Republicans to withhold weapons from Ukraine at a pivotal time in the war last winter.
Mm-hmm. We were hearing that those in Europe were upset with the results. Others, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, kind of embracing the results. Absolutely. What are you hearing?
Well, he's embraced people like Hungary's Viktor Orban, dictators like Putin. So NATO very concerned, European allies very concerned. They'll probably reach out economically to China to balance the effect of what they perceive to be a weakened overseas posture by the United States.
NATO, what do we think all of this could mean for?
He had threatened to get out of NATO. He didn't get out of NATO, but he certainly is not going to embrace U.S. allies and certainly not U.S. intelligence. He tried to fire career intelligence people. He did fire many intelligence agency officials. He undercut them, tried to put his own people in. Now he knows he can do it.
All right, Andrea Mitchell, we're happy you're here at the table. Good to see you, Andrea.
To see you, Hoda.
Thank you.
Always good.
Greg.
As we break down and analyze the outcome of this race, one thing is certain: a lot of soul searching is unfolding, a lot of blame already being passed around among Democrats. NBC's Monica Alba is back with that part of the story. The finger pointing has already started in earnest, especially on social media, Monica.
Absolutely, Craig. And listen, going into election night, the Harris campaign thought that they had multiple paths to 270. But as her road to the presidency vanished quite quickly overnight, many Democrats started questioning where it all went wrong and what it means for the future of the party. With Kamala Harris's defeat, a stunning blow for Democrats.
I'm just devastated.
A somber mood at Harris's watch party overnight after Donald Trump dominated, blowing through the so-called blue wall of Midwest states Democrats had counted on, improving on his 2020 margins in over 2,000 counties nationwide. In the key swing state of Pennsylvania, Harris underperforming President Biden's results. And further down the ballot, Republicans also flipped the Senate to their side.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
Now, for Democrats, the soul searching begins after an unprecedented race, with Harris stepping in as the presidential candidate just 108 days ago when President Biden withdrew. Harris trying to distance herself from Biden, but perhaps still hampered by his legacy.
This is about what the Democrats did while in office over the last 4 years. Inflation, which was so high during much of this administration. And many people are still feeling the pain of that.
Exit polls showing voters listed the economy as a major issue. Harris also underperforming in key areas.
Where she's coming up short are in the cities.
Even struggling in blue strongholds like New York and Virginia, despite a massive campaign blitz from major Democratic stars. Harris also coming up short with key minority groups. According to exit polls, Latino men favoring Trump by a 10-point margin after backing President Biden by 23 points 4 years ago. Democrats now facing an uphill battle.
And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
And with Harris's message clearly not resonating with enough voters, leaving Democrats to sort out how to turn the page now. And Vice President Harris will address some of that in remarks to the nation and her supporters later today at her alma mater, Howard University in D.C., where she was supposed to speak last night, what was supposed to be a homecoming for her, and now will always be known as the site of her concession speech, guys.
Monica, we're going to hear from Vice President Harris this afternoon at some point. Do we expect that we're going to hear from President Biden about the election results at some point here today as well?
That's the plan, Craig. He is expected to address Americans from the White House from here at some point later today. And he is also expected to call President-elect Donald Trump and congratulate him, which we know Vice President Harris also plans to do. And this is really meant to send a signal from President Biden, which is that he wants to operate in a manner that was not what we saw in 2020 when he won and when Donald Trump lost and was in office. So that's why you're going to see the president congratulate him, call him, invite him to Washington. And ultimately, according to the White House, President Biden says he plans to attend Donald Trump's inauguration in January.
Peaceful transfer of power. Monica Albaforce there at the White House. Monica, thank you.
Just ahead, an unprecedented race and an historic outcome. We'll look back at how we got to this moment. Coming up right after this.
with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
Welcome back. Well, this election cycle, like none other in history, it moves quickly. The nation experiencing a lot in a short span of time.
Yeah, we thought it was going to take a long time for these results. They did come quickly. The end result, President-elect Trump set to return to the White House. So let's take a look back. How did we get here? We asked NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow to take a look back. Hey, Kate.
Hey, good morning, Hoda. You know, sometimes it did seem like a blur this campaign season, right? And it's kind of hard to remember everything that happened. But there were days and moments that we're never going to forget. And one thing is certain, this election has shaped America's future.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
Our country will be bigger, better, bolder.
It's an election fight that looks much different than when it began nearly 2 years ago to the day.
America's comeback starts right now.
Former President Donald Trump locked in the Republican nomination with ease, defeating a parade of challengers and battling a slew of legal cases.
That is 34 felony counts here, all guilty verdicts.
This is unprecedented for a former American president to be criminally convicted.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial.
His supporters undeterred, believing Trump could best tackle the economy and immigration.
I'm the only one in history who got indicted and my numbers went up.
Initially set for a rematch against President Joe Biden.
I'm still the only person to ever beat Donald Trump.
They made history as the oldest major party presidential candidates ever in an American election. A concern for voters and whispers about Biden's mental fitness soon grew louder.
The special counsel referred to the president as a, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning, and elderly man with a poor memory.
My memory is fine.
But that first presidential debate in June set off 3 weeks of unprecedented political upheaval.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
This night got off to a tough start for President Biden.
I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this an episode or is this a condition?
Calls for Biden to suspend his re-election campaign were sidelined by an unthinkable twist.
This is an NBC News special report.
Take a look at what happened. The 45th president of the United States, injured but alive.
All of this unfolding with Republicans now gathering to officially nominate Donald Trump at their convention.
With his ear bandaged, the former president making an emotional entrance just 2 days after the attempt on his life.
When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
That same week, President Biden testing positive for COVID.
News broke of different Democratic leaders calling for the president to step aside.
My fellow Americans,
Days later, the president ending his re-election bid.
I revere this office, but I love my country more.
Endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris and upending the race with just over 100 days until the election.
We choose freedom.
Democrats quickly energized by their first female nominee of Black and Indian descent. Harris showing strength on the issues of abortion rights and protecting democracy.
Ours is a fight for the future.
Trump pivoting to his new opponent.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
A convention coronation in August.
Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead.
I accept your nomination to be president of the United States of America.
Trump and Harris would meet for the first time in their only debate.
I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
And this famous falsehood.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
The vice presidential debate striking a different tone.
I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agreed.
but the dangers of our nation's divisiveness still on display.
The FBI says there has been another possible attempt on former President Trump's life.
By fall, the critical battleground blitz amid one of the closest presidential races ever.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
know that.
If
And I thought
somebody
that was
breaks in
powerful.
my house, they're getting shot.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within.
The razor-thin margin bringing out bold-faced names.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
President Trump must win.
Podcast interviews taking center stage. That Trump dance party going viral. And his Madison Square Garden rally sparking controversy.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Amid the fallout, the Trump campaign seizing on a Biden gaffe.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Harris caught on this hot mic moment talking to Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer about male voters. While Trump tries to win over more women.
Whether the women like it or not, I'm going to protect them.
After a grueling campaign and a decisive victory, President-elect Trump now saying he will lead all Americans forward.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal.
I think one thing I can predict is that the next 2 years will also be unpredictable.
Well, it just showed how we all believed the polls and thought we might be looking at these results for days and days, and boom, this morning here we are. It's 11:49 on the East Coast, and we knew the answer hours and hours ago.
The theme that President-elect Trump ended on there, this basically this declaration that he would become the healer in chief. We've heard that before. We heard it essentially from Biden when he took office. We heard it from President Trump to a certain extent before the rhetoric really changed the first time. And we heard it from President Obama in 2008 that they are going to unite the country, bring us together, bridge these divides. It sure would be helpful if that's the case.
Wouldn't that be great if that were the case this time? Yeah. The one thing in there, too, that we were all reacting to when you heard Kamala Harris on a hot mic say to Gretchen Whitmer, we need the men, we need male vote, that turned out to be prescient, right?
That was. Kate, thank you so much. Great coverage, by the way, too. All right, we're going to be back in a moment. But first, guys, these messages.
nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And that is going to do it for us in this special edition of Today. Before we leave you, let's take one more look at where the election results stand at this hour.
President-elect Donald J. Trump taking 276 electoral votes to 223 for Vice President Harris. And again, 5 states still to call in this race. President Trump, though, with nearly 72 million votes overall, leading Harris by more than 4 million at this point with regard to the popular vote.
And let's look at Congress, the battle for Congress. The House is still in limbo. Dozens of races left to call. Could be days before we know the results there. But we do know that Republicans have wrestled back control of the Senate, which was expected.
And we do want to mention again, we expect to hear from Vice President Harris later today. And stay with NBC News and NBC News Now for complete coverage throughout the day. And of course, a full wrap up on nightly news tonight. And of course, tomorrow morning, right here today.
We'll be here tomorrow. All right, we'll see you then. Bye.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. It's the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
and what matters here at home.
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.